through this. And so we trust that you're going to carry us along. And we're believing in big things. We're having big faith. And we just thank you for what you're doing, how you're using us in this movement. We pray others will join us and that we will continue to handle this peacefully. Anyone that's infiltrating this group right now, Lord, we pray that they're out.
Yes.
We pray that they leave.
Yes.
Anybody that's trying to divide us, Lord, we pray that they're gone. We rebuke them. We rebuke that evil right now, Lord. Thank you again for all you're doing. In your name, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Tyler. So, did everybody get breakfast?
Yeah.
It's every morning behind underneath the grandstand in that long
Not
building
here,
back
but we
there.
got it.
Just make sure you get breakfast there. It's also on our website and on our social media pages. I'm gonna just run this off. I don't want to keep scrolling because if it locks out, I don't know the code to get back in this phone. It's not my phone. So the bus has left. They're on their way down to D.C. to meet with U.S. Senator Ron Johnson.
All right.
And Senator Ted Cruz. Yeah. How about that? So I'm going to be, there will be a live stream. It should be on our socials, or most of them anyhow, by now. And as soon as I get done here, I'm going to get it up on our website. I don't know if you guys can get on our website. I don't know how the signal is here as far as with your cell phones, but we try to do updates on our website daily. I mean, by the hour sometimes. So I'm going to have that up. You can live stream, and there's 3 different platforms that it's going to be live streaming through: is YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And I don't know, the numbers are WYSIWYG TV. You got it? Good.
Yeah, right.
Just want to remind everybody in the convoy today will be leaving around 9:30, and you can take your trailers.
Oh,
and
no.
Just follow the guys' lead as they're motioning you. Try to keep it tight. Want to remind everybody also, if anybody
People are
sees any
taking the
illegal
trailers.
activity, to make sure you press
Oh,
pound
boy.
77 and report it.
This ain't
And
good.
they need the officers or whoever answers, dispatchers need a vehicle description, license number, and a location. So make sure you understand those. Without those 3, or at least one of those, but I would say all 3 of them, it's going to be very difficult to catch anybody. And we do know, you do know that we have eyes on you. They have eyes on us.
Yep.
Yeah.
So don't forget that, whoever you are trying to make things bad for us. We'll be doing a single lap, going 2 lanes wide, doing a single lap, and coming back here. There was a typo on the website. What we'll be doing this is the same as yesterday. We're going out here, turning left on 40.
Yeah.
We go down the Sheets, which is Route 63. We turn right on 63, takes you down to 70. And the return route will be the same way.
This guy's going way too
I think
fast.
that's all I need this phone for.
He just said there was a typo on that.
Oh, it's
63
pound
to
88.
70.
Pound 88. I was told it was pound 77. Okay.
It is pound
Pound
77.
That's fine.
No, I used it. I had to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
do
We
I?
do have vinyl stickers. If anybody wants to put a
They
vinyl
change
sticker on
it?
your trailer, your
If we're
box
talking
truck, I
about
don't
for
know how
the
big they
state
are.
police,
We do
Yeah.
have vinyl stickers.
that's pound 77.
See me.
Yeah, we had to use it
Come over to
yesterday.
Jeff's Bus if you want to put a vinyl sticker on your trailer. They are large. I don't know the size
Yeah.
of them, but they are large.
Oh,
I don't know how
okay.
good they'll stick in this cold weather either.
Yeah, because I took the information from what they said yesterday.
We'll
Yeah, but what
announce
they actually
tonight's
said in
meeting
person, not
time
over the text. Yeah.
later today.
Yeah.
And what we're going to try to do for fuel is we're going to try to get a fuel truck down here. When you guys come
They've been
back
messing
tonight,
with a
we're
lot
going
of
to try to
the convoy
arrange
side,
so that we can have a
leaving
fuel
it
truck
out
come here and
traffic,
just go to your
going
trucks
super
and fuel
slow.
up.
Why is it
Oh,
super
wow.
slow?
If not, we'll figure something
Yeah,
else out.
trying to break us up, cause accidents.
I think that's all I have. What's up?
What about the cars? fuel the cars up.
Yeah.
Y'all have fun. We'll get you out of here as soon as we can, around 9:30. And well, one of the reasons we're leaving, at 9:30 is we can't come back too soon. One of the officers, there's a fallen officer. They're having a procession for him, so we need to make sure that that happens before we come back.
Oh.
All right, guys. Have a good day. Have a good time. We'll see you when you come back.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna dump this out. I don't need no more coffee.
Yeah, I know I gave you a little bit too much.
Oh, that's fine. All right. Excuse us. Excuse us. Okay, don't excuse us. Or they're just holding everybody up. People need to have some respect. They got bags of ice out there. What do we need bag ice for right now? Oh, neither. I have really got to give my viewers a shot of this right here. I really got to give them a look at this. So I want y'all to see this trailer. This trailer, it says, "My reason to fight." And this literally is this person's entire family right here in the picture. All right, I love that. That is just amazing. I love it, love it, love it. And he's got it, yeah, the trailer all decked out, but on the front it's like that. Anyway, I just want y'all to be able to see that.
So I kind of fed into it.
Okay. I thought the ladies was already here. I guess they're not. Oh, there they are. All right. out of there.
I know. I don't have
All nice and toasty. Oh boy.
It's time to get going, I reckon.
Okay. I hear you, baby boy. I hear you. Okay. All right, perfect. Now let me do this here. Thank you, Granny Joe. Okay, let me do this. Tighten that up. Get this hat out of the wind dash area. Yeah, right here. There you go.
That big over there. That. The big over there. Okay, fine.
Oh. Okay, people, I got to take a minute to remind y'all. I'll put that up in a second. I gotta let people know here. People, listen. We're out here for you, okay? It doesn't matter which way you lean, left, right, Democratic, Republican, liberal. It doesn't matter. We're out here fighting all of your freedoms, okay? All we want is our constitutional freedoms back. Everybody has a freedom of speech, all right? Until that freedom of speech crosses over into just downright bashing on somebody, calling people names, there is no need for name calling here, people. This is a Christian channel. I ask that you be respectful. Please don't curse. Please don't bash on people. Please don't bash on people's kids and family. There's no need for all that, okay? I'm not out here doing nobody no harm. What harm is it doing me doing what I'm doing just because you disagree with it? What harm is it doing? I just want to remind y'all, there really, truly is no need for all the name calling. Okay, I see, as I catch glimpses of the message board here, derogatory stuff, and it's just sickening. We're a family-oriented channel. We're here to love, show love, all right, so on. Let's act like adults, okay? Can you ban before leave? Yeah, you tell me the people I need to ban, Granny, and I will do that immediately. The Cool Girl channel. Okay. Cool Girl channel. All right. Cool Girl channel is gone. Granny Joe. Next one.
Stop it. No.
Waiting on Granny Joe. I'm not going to block unless Granny Joe says they need to go because she's trying to give everybody as much of a chance as possible. So unless she says it, I'm not gonna do it. All right. So the Cool Girl channel is gone. I think she said there was 3 others that need to go. Waiting on Granny Joe there. Thomas Bond. All right. Give me a minute before you say the next name. Thomas Bond. Let's see here. There we go. All right, Granny Joe, Thomas Bond is gone. Next one.
Oh. We didn't do anything to you. Based on me, so they didn't do anything to you. Like, it's a dinosaur.
Caitlin, okay. Caitlin. I gotta make sure I get the right Caitlin here because I think there might have been a couple. Give me just a second here. Where's this Caitlin now?
What's that?
Where's it at? I must be missing something here. Okay, I must be missing something. I just scrolled all the way back to the top. All right, Granny Joe, I'm not finding the Caitlin. Go ahead and give me the last name, or I mean the last person to that needs to go. Let's see here. The next one, the Watcher. Okay, I barely caught that. So many people were on here. All right, give me a second here. Bingo. Okay, the Watcher is gone. Is there any others, hun? Amen, Brad. Okay.
I kind of control where I go with the truck, what loads I take. I got out to California. I mostly run the East Coast because it's close to my home. Once in a while, I'll get a wild hair up to you know where. Time to go to Arizona or Texas, you know. That'd be great. Look at that.
Tell us about some of your experience as a trucker. What's the wildest thing you've seen and out there driving? As long as it keeps it.
Hey, you know what's going X-ray out there? You guys just wasted my time trying to distract me from winning this movement.
So we'll,
Not for public consumption.
not for,
X-ray, go ahead, do whatever else you need to do.
have you seen some pretty? So he's saying he's seen a lot of sexual things out there.
Yeah, a lot of grateful women when you honk the horn. You know what I mean? I've seen a lot of bad accidents. People doing foolish things on the road, and you've seen them. You know, especially with what you do with first responders. And I can't emphasize how much safety is important. I weigh 80,000 pounds. It takes me 2 football fields to stop.
It takes you 200 yards to get this truck to stop.
At full speed with a full load, yes.
Wow.
So people that pull in front of you and they slow down real quick, I can't slow down that quick. And I say a little prayer every morning before I get in this truck and start the engine. Please don't let me kill anybody.
So you guys heard that, guys. Please be very considerate when you're driving down the road. A truck or big rig takes them 2 football fields to come to a complete stop when they have a full load with them.
Is there a more central spot that we can put
I mean, you were always taught, even it was taught to me, you know, you keep your money in a bank and that's proper, and that's, oh, if you don't keep it in a bank, then, you know, what are you doing, criminal activity? Why would you want to, yeah, he goes, oh, that's like criminal activity, that's like, what are you up to something? But actually, no, it's happened before. You know, even in Europe and stuff, banks have went bankrupt, they didn't crash, they don't owe you a thing if that ever happens. So like, who's the laugh? You
They're
know,
up to the criminal something.
100%.
There you are
100%.
up to criminal something.
Yep.
How about Candace Bergen? Is she any good, or what's her deal?
Man, there's every
Just playing for the cameras?
yeah, I don't, you know, there's so much, obviously, no matter what side you're on, every political stuff, every kind of thing, there's always something messed up. But when, you know, whenever you're like trying to vote someone or anything that you want, you know, any kind of vote, you're always just trying to vote who is the least gonna screw you up, who's the least gonna be corrupt, right?
Well, 81 million of us thought it would be Joe.
Yeah, right.
What's the price of gas?
I
I thought Trump was going to cause World War III. Wasn't he going to cause World War III?
I know.
Wasn't he going to destroy our institutions? Puerto
Crazy.
Rico and D.C. as new states? Pack the Supreme Court?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
else were they? How about the FBI, folks? What a joke. How about the RCMP?
RCMP, yep.
What happened to them?
Yeah,
Who were the guys that came in at the end up there?
So there was it was UN. There was 2 UN
Was it really
planes.
UN?
Yes, it
Were they
was
really
UN.
UN?
They're supposed to be for us, and they were going
They had
against
no
us.
insignias.
Yeah, but there was UN planes. They were for sure from there, and they're also speaking different languages for sure. They were brought in,
Are you having
100%.
hearings? Are you having hearings yet for this? This is insane.
It's crazy, man. They're supposed to be
Foreigners
with
policing
us.
us?
Yeah.
The Ottawa,
It's
the
nuts.
Ottawa cops seemed okay. They were taking the fuel.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
were taking the wood,
Small things, yeah.
but you know they were okay.
Right.
They were
And that's
okay.
why they brought in the big boys and stuff to try to, yeah, it's
Hey,
nuts.
One other thing is mobility's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Operational tempo.
Yeah.
Canadians did a great job, and it was a marvelous setting.
Yeah.
The people came to the marvelous setting, but the operational tempo was on the side of the authorities there.
Yeah.
Here, the operational tempo is now changed.
That's right, yeah.
Okay? We can do fakes down to Richmond, fakes up to Harrisburg.
Yep.
And they got to split their forces. They have
Yep.
no idea what's coming.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
man.
Thanks for
I'll see
supporting,
you
man.
around.
Absolutely, I'm here. Absolutely. I
Canada.
really appreciate that. Absolutely.
I got a truck. I'm flying a U.S. I usually fly a Trump flag, but I got U.S.
Yeah.
and Canada. I've never flown a Canada flag in my life. I was in Greece back in the.
Yeah. You driving a big rig here? Yeah.
No, smaller.
Oh,
truck.
so yeah, okay,
But
yeah.
in '93, I was in Greece. Met up with a guy named Greg Gibson. Shout out to Greg Gibson from Toronto.
Big ups.
Hooked up with him.
Nice.
And he had all his Canadian gear on because
Yeah.
foreigners don't harass Canadians, only Americans, right?
Yeah.
But that might change now.
Yeah.
With Canadians stepping on board with freedom.
100%. Appreciate it, man.
God bless you, man. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Thanks. Yeah, we'll talk for a bit. We'll talk in a bit, man. That's awesome. Thanks. All right. Where are we here? Let's catch you up here. All right. Thanks, guys. Yeah, that was awesome. Awesome, awesome gentleman. Awesome couple, too. I missed something here. Let me get to that. Let's walk out here. Oh, yes. There we go. Josh, oh my gosh, thank you so much. See, I never miss it.
arrive at your destination.
No, he's a green tractor.
Drivers, good morning. This is Snickerdoodle. If you need help getting laundry done later today or something, I'll back out.
Get help and spot me. Snickerdoodle.
Get all this stuff, make sure I got all the chargers. Get out here. Hopefully we have a beautiful live stream today without any interruptions. Okay, here we are. Give me 1 second, guys, getting all this stuff out. Strong Nana says, I feel like I've been cheating on y'all. We're just watching Quincy beautify his car over here.
I don't have what you have. It's cool. We're sold out of decals, so, you know.
I got an extra Oreo Express one if you want to put that on there.
You know, hey, brother, if I wasn't live streaming, I certainly would.
Hey, that was pretty cool. I forgot about that. So if you guys are just tuning in, we're getting ready to walk in there. Some of the organizers and leaders are going to go to DC and meet with some congressional folks. And then the trucks, we're going to do go on the convoy. We're going to do, I don't know how many laps, but we're going to go to the Beltway today. One lap, Kathy says. One lap, too wide.
All right, guys, let's go for a walk. Let's go check out these beautiful trucks, hear the sounds of freedom. Yeah, Jim, we were watching them as they joined. A couple more convoys coming up today, so it'll be a good day. Good morning. So it'll be a good day today. We're gonna have a lot of Patriots, a lot of trucks. Hashtag freedom guy. Hashtag freedom guy. He's in there getting that baby warmed up. Not paying attention to me though. Woo, guys, thank you. I feel so good to be back out here. This is what I do. This is what I love to do. This is what I've been doing for years. And yesterday sucked. But hopefully I can make it through today. We're gonna be good. We're gonna be rocking and rolling. There's a USFlagpoleGuide.com. Oh, look at it. They're putting a wrap over that hood right now. The People's Convoy. That's cool. Morning. It's like so close. It's absolutely beautiful what's going on out here, guys. Ready to go. Look at who we got here. What's up, brother?
Yeah.
Travel Fun 69 in the house.
brother.
You too, man. So what do you think so far?
I think this is great, man. This is a really tight family, and this is great. Based on the other convoy, of course, coming back over. So yeah, it's absolutely epic. I'm having a wonderful time. You know, obviously we're here in all seriousness, but you have to have fun too. And this is absolutely amazing. Everybody's wonderful. Treat me with respect. Love it. And
So
you know,
we're welcoming you, right?
I appreciate
You're a
it.
brother from up north, man.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's I watched. I wasn't here yet. And, that's good. And I hear there's another 1 or 2 convoys coming in today.
Yes, I did hear that. Yeah, I did hear that. That's amazing.
Amazing.
Guys, if you don't have Oreo subbed up, make sure you sub him up. He's currently live on his YouTube channel right now as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll hit you up, man. We'll do dinner. We'll take care of you, man. let's have lunch on the road. Let's have a picnic out there.
That's what I came to do.
Amen.
It is.
Amen.
So.
I think a lot of people feel we've tried for so long. We called our representatives, we voted, we did everything we were supposed to do, and the other side wins by being dirty.
Exactly. Even out here protesting, I was there January 6th.
Hey, hold on one second, I gotta do something. I was there too.
Yeah, and we've been protesting.
Wow. Well, hey, it's people like you that are making a difference, because I guarantee, and I'm not saying are incredible patriots, and then you have 5% trolls that'll tell you what you're doing is wrong when they're sitting at home at the keyboard. So keep doing it, because like I said, if we don't take it to the streets, we'll never win.
I know. I do have something to say. Yeah.
What's that? You want to get on camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing that I think we need to address is the fact that although some of the mandates have been lifted in certain places, we have healthcare workers all over the United States that are still being forced to take the jab against their will, and we already know from the literature that it's causing death, it's causing disabilities. And the fact of the matter is they let over 2 million illegal aliens into our country without requiring them to be vaccinated, and yet they're firing our military men and women that are willing to stand up for our country, and that needs to be addressed. We need to stop the mandates, because it's unfair that you allow illegal aliens to come in our country and not to be vaccinated, and yet you're requiring citizens at the threat of their job to be fired if they don't take the vaccination.
Amen. Good point. And then when you also say that, people say, oh, well, they're dropping the mask mandate. The mask mandate was like 0.1% of our concerns. Exactly. Chicago Mayor Beetlejuice, Lori Lightfoot, is now putting in, trying to fire the officers that have refused. I live in California. Los Angeles Sheriff Department, process of firing 4,000 officers. So no, until we stand up for people's right to live freely, these mandates are still here.
And in New York, they got rid of the religious exemption. So
yes.
Even if I got out of nursing before because I saw this coming from a mile away, but I can't go back to nursing because I'm not getting the shot. So New York it's a different animal. I hear a lot of people saying they're already ending the mandates. Why are you there? And I'm glad you brought that up. So.
Hey, well, thank you guys for coming up, saying hi. And tag that picture on Getter or Twitter, so we have that. And
we'll come visit you in California. We're going to go to that church, but we need the people that are going to sing outside the church.
Yes.
We'll have a big worship session outside the church.
Oh, amen, amen. Right on. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Bye.
That's awesome. Some hardcore patriots right there, always going to rallies, always doing their part. That's what it takes. We need to get elected to school boards, city councils, Senate, Congress. We need real American people. They will lie to you and tell you, oh, you're not smart enough. Oh, you don't know how to be a politician. We don't need politicians. I want to say a shout out to Lisa Atwood for the super chat. God bless you.
doing it for them. Doing that.
So what happens is these people down here are so used to traffic jams. When one lane of traffic slows up, they just kind of hang out.
I've been talking to all my friends and everything else I've lived over here. They all said the same thing. We're doing a good job. They appreciate everything we're doing for them. I hear what I'm saying. When you're out here on the bed.
Were you with them the first day this?
Yes. I did not experience that. Some people said they saw people throwing stuff off of ridges. Okay, now this fella's kind of stuck out there. We'll let him back in.
Okay.
We'll give him a little flash with the headlights, and hopefully they'll see that back
Whatever it is.
in. See how he lost his lane there?
Yes, yes.
I think it was a Kenworth in the black truck. He did a great job.
Make sure you guys put your seatbelts on. This is going to be a nice ride down to the Beltway.
Speak of the devil, my wife's on the phone. Hi, honey. Are you watching First Responder Media? Probably ought to be. He's in my passenger seat. Oh, okay. She's at work.
She's at work. Give her a shout out.
That's going to be Mike and Brian and Marcus and 7 other people. I don't know who the 7 other people are. They're a mixture of people that drove 4-wheelers, people that drove campers, people that drive truck. So everybody's voice gets in there. It's not just going to be all truckers. Senator Cruz, and I can't think of the other fellow's name, but there's 2 of them that meet today.
Ron from Wisconsin.
Ron Paul?
No, not Ron Paul. Ron Johnson.
Ron Johnson?
From Wisconsin.
I think that's right. It's hard to put together which senator or congressman belongs to where.
I know Wisconsin and Texas. Ted and Ron Johnson. There you go. Thank you, guys.
It's Convoy. Hear what they have to say and share that with you guys. So please like and share and get the message out. We've been trying to spread the word. This all happened very last minute last night. But yeah, we're going to be a part of this. So we're just going through security here real quick and so apparently that message didn't get to him. It didn't go through for some reason. They posted the other one up.
419 here in Cicero, New York. Ridiculous.
419.
Yep, that was Anne Marie.
I bet you it wasn't over here. Oh, WYSIWYG. Okay, yeah.
What?
Thank you.
WYSIWYG TV right here. Here for you guys.
So you're not live? You're live streaming right now?
I am live right now.
Okay, there we are.
There you go. Who's that? So right now we're in the lower level of the Hart building where we are going to, I believe, take a train over to the Capitol. Right now we're with the People's Convoy delegation that's here to talk to Ron Johnson, and they have a meeting at 10:30 with Ron Johnson and Ted Cruz, which we'll be attending, and we'll be live streaming that entire meeting. That's where we're at. So hopefully as we go through the tunnel over to the Capitol, we don't lose the live stream. I expect we'll be good. If we do, you just got to refresh and come right back. I will get started as quickly as I can if it goes down. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gotcha. I've been looking all that way. Thank you. So, security making sure that I'm not showing what they're doing, and I've been very much holding to that. So, yeah, we're just waiting for our next step here.
Especially for something that's so important. Got a lot of people that are waiting to hear back from us, and I think this is something that being late, there's no excuse for. And if I was running a company and I had people late for something this important, I would fire them. That's how I feel. No, I'm good. I'm excited for this. I think we got some great people that are here with us that really represent a lot of different aspects of the People's Convoy, so I'm excited. I think this is a great opportunity that we get to have here today, and I hope that we have some constructive meetings that lead to at least some of the things that we're looking for. There we go.
And I'm not.
No, sir, you're smart.
Early is on time. On time is late. Therefore, you've missed it. But at least I learned why I always wait so long at the hospital. They would just say the same thing.
No,
Okay, thank you very much.
I said all day long.
I've only seen videos of this.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, the last visit you came, I had to bring you in through a barbed wire fence. Yeah. We had to meet out because they still had the fence up and the barbed wire, and I had to meet him outside in front of St. Joseph's Church.
It looks like it's, I know, this is not the end. Probably still the same a bit.
Stay on, guys. Stay on.
So right now we're traveling on the Capitol Underground tram. With everybody headed towards the Capitol now.
Yeah, Ron said it was, I don't know, $4 million, right? Or something?
Yeah, I need to double check, but it was over 2 million.
So right now we're riding on the Capitol train to the Capitol building. From it's kind of an exciting ride. There's another one that's interesting. Must be some of the train. It looked like an amusement park ride at Disneyland.
It goes to the Senate chambers.
Alright, so you guys can go out here. And then we're gonna go to the left.
You've been here before.
Yeah, many times.
Many times, good.
What I will say, and how I feel I can chalk this up to another small win is, out of all the meetings I've ever had with congressmen and women and senators, with legislators, I've never been in the Capitol building.
Really?
And we have a meeting in the Capitol building, so I've never had that. So this is a, to me, that's a win.
Yeah.
That we've made at least enough of an impact that, you know, we're being
The invitation's there.
being invited into
After
the
being
Capitol
in town
building to
for
talk.
3 days.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even the
Sooner than
three.
that,
It's not even the 3 days. It's that whole. It's February 23rd when we started. So Adelanto, California to today. You know, it's led to this. I just hope that you know, I hope they don't think that we're going to accept the dog and pony show. You know what I mean? That you're not wooing us by bringing us in here for a meeting. You know, that they take it seriously,
Right.
and not thinking, oh, we'll just wow them with being in the Capitol building.
But as well, having the opportunity to live stream it and everybody see the meeting as though they're here.
Well, I think it's important that the people are involved in it. I don't know how we're going to be able to get their questions asked or answered, but we're going to do our best to touch on everything that we've talked about over the last, since February 23rd to today. We're going to try to cover those things, and hopefully that gets their answers that they may have, or questions answered that they may have. But honestly, I mean, we made it this far, and I don't think at the beginning of this there was a whole lot of people that thought we were serious and that we were going to come this far. So yeah, it's a win knowing that we're coming this far.
That's okay.
No, that's okay.
Ron, I'm Ron. Oh, nice to see you. Ron Coleman. Nice to see you. Nice coming.
I'm Alexa.
Brian Browse, the school organizer. Convoy.
You bet.
Hello.
Josh McLeod.
Brian Browsey, co-organizer of People's Convoy.
This is, let's do that afterwards.
Okay, let's do that.
Time.
I'll have room.
Hi, sir. Brian Browsey, co-organizer of
Brian,
People's Convoy.
nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
having
Thanks for
us.
taking the time.
Appreciate it.
Have a chair.
Great to meet you, Chris Marston.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Jerry Stitt, co-organizer.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Alan Kelly, American truck driver.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Johnny Brett, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Evelyn from Poland.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Let's have a chair. Is this the whole group?
Yeah.
I think Senator Cruz is on his way. So, here he is. Perfect timing.
How you doing? Brian Coleman. Nice to meet you.
His handshakes all over. Morning, Ted.
Morning. Morning, sir. Brian Browsey, co-organizer of People's Convoy.
Jerry Stitt, thank you.
Alan Kelly.
Excellent. Welcome.
Just real quick, are you guys, who's press here? Were you guys, okay, yeah, we're not live streaming the meeting. We're doing the avail after.
That was part of the agreement, was the live stream for the meeting.
The meeting?
Yeah, the meeting, the
Oh, okay.
media otherwise was outside, but the actual live streaming for, we have drivers that are sitting in Hagerstown.
Okay, I thought you guys just
Convoy that
wanted
wanna
it
be a
That's
for.
part of
fine.
it.
I have no problem.
Okay, that's
Any
good. I
problem
thought you
live
guys wanted
streaming?
it after.
Thank you.
I assume everything.
As far as regular media, they shouldn't be in here.
Well-
He's been following us. for-
No, that's what I wanted to clarify, who
Yeah.
is your media and who is regular?
So it's these three.
So we don't make charlatans.
Okay, so can you,
Yeah, no
sorry,
problem. Yeah, no
we'll
problem.
grab you guys for after.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Exactly. So there's nobody trying to swing out.
So, I guess let's keep this pretty informal discussion. We'll have a little bit, Ted and I will probably do some statements when we get the main press group in here. But, I'm here to listen. Want to hear exactly, what, I've read your internet page, that type of thing, so I understand, the basic cause you're fighting for here, and it's freedom. I really appreciate that, but I'm here to listen. Ted, you?
Yeah, look, I want to echo that I appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you guys and hear what you have to say. I think what you're doing is important. You are standing up and speaking out, not just for truckers across the country, but for Americans of all stripes, of all professions and livelihood. The idea that the government would try to dictate the health care decisions you make in your life and your family, it's fundamentally wrong. And, I think what started in Canada with Canadian truckers was powerful, it was inspirational, and it actually spoke volumes when government leaders tried to stomp it down. They were so scared of ordinary citizens standing up and speaking out, and what y'all are doing is very much the same. It is important. Ron and I in the Senate have been leading the fight against these mandates. These mandates are wrong. It ought to be your decision whether or not you get vaccinated. If you decide to get vaccinated, great, that's your choice. If you decide not to, great, that's your choice. But it's not the job of some petty government tyrant to force that decision on you and to say you're going to lose your livelihood if you don't comply. And so I'll just echo what Ron said, which is I want to hear from you guys in terms of how it's impacting you and what led you all to be part of this convoy and where you hope we go from here.
So I'd suggest, you do it in the order you want to speak in, but introduce yourselves, kind of what your background is and really what your objectives are. I could probably start with you, Brian.
I'll let Chris
Yeah,
start.
I'll do an introduction and set the stage. Senators, thank you for your time. It's very important after the truckers made a trip across the country and what they saw that you're taking the time to meet with us. We want to thank you for your service to this country and for taking this meeting. This was an incredibly peaceful movement. It took off without incident and was a merger of several convoys into what is the People's Convoy. This convoy is called the People's Convoy because it's for the people. But what's important to understand to set the stage for this discussion is why we're here. And we are here because of the coordinated abuse of emergency powers. Emergency powers were never meant to be used in the way in which they were used. was never contemplated that something that would be used for a few days for a hurricane or an earthquake would be weaponized against the American people. It has been weaponized in such a manner that people that were not designed to ever have that kind of power, like state, local officials, and the federal government, could trample the Constitution and make courts unable to enforce constitutional rights. And that's a big part of what we're here. Governors were using emergency powers, like Governor Newsom, to award no-bid contracts to his cronies and divert their tax revenues to friends. They did it to meddle in elections by changing the ballots and election, mail-in ballots and elections. They did it to force people to wear masks maybe a year or more after the science disproved its efficacy. They did that to affect people's ability to worship in this country while they kept liquor stores open, so you can get wasted, but you can't worship. This was the most massive transfer of wealth from the little guy to big multinational corporations by shutting down small businesses, the heart of American enterprise, in favor of the Amazons of the world and the Best Buys and the Walmarts. Just a travesty. But what's even worse is the deaths from the vaccines and the deaths of people's livelihood, because that's death too. The heart of America is the working man and woman, and this is what the People's Movement is about. It represents the heart of America. And they lost their jobs because they weren't getting they didn't want to get vaccinated, or they had pre-existing medical conditions, or guess what? Their doctor just plain old recommended that they shouldn't. And because of that, they shouldn't. They had, like you said, government officials forcing medical decisions above and beyond a doctor's recommendation, which is awful. Right. We've turned our back on the Nuremberg Code as if it didn't matter. My family I was raised Jewish and my mom's Jewish. We don't forget what the Nuremberg Code is about. We need to consider making that law. And the courts were handcuffed. Ultimately, they were handcuffed because you go to court to enforce your constitutional rights. And the court said their hands are tied because there's emergency powers. Would you believe that the courts can't enforce the Americans' constitutional rights for 2 years? It's unfathomable. So I suppose that leads us to what we want and why we're here. I'm just setting the stage for the discussion so it's easier. Right. This isn't just about ending the mandates. The amending the mandates is the beginning. Obviously, the COVID was magically declared over, like a magic unicorn. And suddenly they're rolling everything.
Miraculously
right
when the
gone.
polls turn south.
Right, just in time, right?
It's amazing how sensitive, quote, the science is to political polling.
Yeah, the
By
political
the way,
science.
You see the chart behind me on the number of cases. Had all the mandates worked, right? It would have ended here, right? It would have just
Right.
But they obviously didn't work. I mean, I think you have to. I hope the powers to be, as they call them, the COVID cartel, will finally admit that the response to COVID, after 960,000 deaths, the human toll, the economic devastation, what we've done to our children, what we've done to workers, and again, the little guy.
Yeah.
Now, I hope they will, at some point in time, admit that their response was a miserable failure. Okay.
We hope so. Look, I got to get to the truckers here in a second. I just wanted to set the stage for us because it's so important. But look, we're here for accountability, right? When the dust settles, we got to go back and do an after-action review and figure out how on earth we got here. How did the emergency powers get abused, and how do we stop that from ever happening again? Americans feel like they've been living in a third world country. The immigrants who built this country themselves feel like they moved clear across the world to escape dictators and tyrants, and ended up feeling like it's right here on our doorstep. And they saw Trudeau use emergency powers himself, weaponized against his people, to take peaceful protesters and call them domestic terrorists and freeze their bank accounts. Right. It shouldn't be lost on all of us that Americans are concerned that that can happen here.
Sure.
We were hoping that we can get support for a Senate floor announcement of what you heard today and the stories from the truckers and how it reaches you, because it's important for the American people to hear it. We're hoping that you might consider a sense of the Senate resolution with a roll call vote so that we can see where all participants in our elected government officials sit on the issues of civil liberties and freedom. We want to consider how these emergency power laws can be amended at all levels to avoid the extended use that disrupts the power structure of our constitutional republic. And finally, we'd like to consider whether there ought to be expedited constitutional processes here on the Subcommittee for Constitution and the Judiciary Committee, whether or not there could be an expedited constitutional process, because there seem to be cases that are stuck for years. And Americans are losing faith that there's a process for the defense of the Constitution. So I'm here as the chairman of the American Foundation for Civil Liberties and Freedom. We are joined with the Unity Project and Drs. Cole, Alexander, and many, and the Defeat the Mandates movement. We're here to support, we were supporting the doctors for years that first risked their livelihoods to come out and speak up. And many of them lost their livelihoods. They were there. But now we're here with the heart of America, the People's Convoy. They represent the men and women of this country here, and you would not believe the stories and sights that they've experienced. I can't wait for you to hear it. And Brian Brosby here is the leader of the People's Convoy. Is no stranger to these halls. He's been lobbying for truckers, the truckers in the trucking industry for years and stepping up. So just wanted to make it clear that he's been here before and he's standing up for us now. I'd like them to share their stories with you.
Great.
And we're so honored to be here. Thank you very much.
Look forward to hearing it.
I'm not gonna go into my personal story necessarily. I'll just tell you a little bit about the People's Convoy.
Where are you from?
Originally from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, and now reside in Northwest Ohio.
Okay, great.
I'm not the leader, as many try to put me there, but I'm a co-organizer. This is really the People's Convoy. There's at least 100 people that I work closely with in organizing and putting this together through multiple organizations like his. Volunteers on the ground right now working really hard to keep our drivers safe, to keeping the grounds cleaned up, even as little as cigarette butts picked up. And all the organizers that have worked for weeks on end to try to put something together, as inspired by our Canadian brothers and sisters up north that stood up. As we rolled across the country from Adelanto, California to here to Hagerstown, where we're currently residing, which, by the way, you should know that we currently have a convoy loop in the Beltway right now. Just put that out there.
What is the size of the convoy?
Last night.
Cars, trucks, and RVs, we're right around 1,000 strong right now, and more coming.
More came in last night. We're actually, so in Oklahoma, the only law enforcement agency that really put out a count for us. Wow, this guy.
Oh, good, he's calm.
Third baseman.
Oklahoma State Police put out that we were
7,000
vehicles and stretched 30 miles long coming across their interstate. When we convoy, we grow and we shrink, and we grow and we shrink, because all across the country, people want to participate in it, but they do not.
So I take it that means there are a bunch of vehicles that are not trucks then?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the other thing I wanted to specify, is that this isn't just a truck convoy. This is truly the People's Convoy. We have folks here that are in RVs, motorhomes, motorcycles, rode all the way from California to here on motorcycles to join us. We got folks in cars. They're sleeping in their car every night. They're sleeping in tents outside of their car, outside of the motorhome. I seen a guy last night sleeping on his motorcycle with a tarp up over him because of the rain. Truly the People's Convoy. It's not a trucker's convoy. And even though the truckers might have been the one to lead the charge or step up initially, we're not even doing it for ourselves. We're doing it for our families. We're doing it for our communities, and we're doing it for the people of the United States. And truthfully, we're doing it for people around the world. Not only is this a violation of our constitutional rights, but this is a violation of your God-given rights. You should never be mandated to put such a thing in your body. And I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not the one to tell you whether it's good or not. That's what we're there for. But I do know, as a person that served in the Army, and as a person that cares deeply about my country, and that cares about my community and my family and my fellow drivers and my fellow Americans, that this is wrong, and I can see that without having to worry about the signs. The People's Convoy has come together and created a community. We are a massive community, and I would encourage any senator, congressman or woman, any governor, mayor, city council members, school board members, to come out and truly see what this community is. As we came across the country, we've had millions of people. I thought thousands. But when you include all the different convoys that have converged into one, it equals to be millions of people across the country that lined the highways and stood on overpasses and freeways. We've had attorney generals across the country wanting to meet us on these bridge rallies that they had. We didn't plan that. That wasn't part of our planning. That's the community doing it themselves, knowing that we're coming through and showing that support. I don't think I've ever in my lifetime, and according to my mother, even in her lifetime, has she ever seen such a movement like this coming across the country. This isn't a right issue or a left issue. This is an American issue. It's time that we put the divide to the side. Everybody can go back to hating each other if that's what they want to do when we get on the other side of this. But it's time that we take a step back and think. Use our brains, use our hearts. Don't worry about your politics or your lobbyists or your special interest groups. Just care about the people. Something I've said in moving across this country was that it's time to remind the United States government, and truly governments around the world, that they work for us.
Amen.
That's all I'm going to leave it at, because it's not my story to tell. It's the people of the convoy story to tell.
I will say, in Wisconsin, I'm sensing that political realignment. People showing up, fighting for freedom. Democrat, Republican, doesn't make any difference. They're concerned about what has happened to their children, what's happened to their lives, what's happened to their freedom. And I agree with you. I think this is a unique moment. That maybe we can accomplish that goal that President Biden stated was his #1 goal, to unify and heal this nation. He's done the exact opposite. Maybe this movement can work toward that goal, which is a worthy goal.
I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
The Senate passed, and I know he's got the list of who voted what, but they passed to end the state of emergency by 1 vote, and there were several that didn't bother to vote. To me, that's just as bad as voting no on this, regardless of party. It's just as bad as voting no. It goes to the House. The president already came out and said he would veto it.
Yeah.
It went to his desk. Is there some way of appealing to House members to, 1, let it hit the floor, 2, to put political differences to the side for this, to be bipartisan? He touched on all the legal stuff that I'm just not your guy for. I'm not. I'm just a voice in America, as blue-collar worker as you get.
Look, the challenge is, this is where you guys, your voice is so important. Because you've got to get some people willing to cross party lines and do the right thing. As you noted, we had the vote to end the state of emergency. That was the right thing to do. The week before, we had 2 different votes. We had our vote on an amendment that Mike Lee and I introduced to end all of the Biden vaccine mandates. So to end the mandate for active duty military, to end the mandate for federal employees, to end the mandate for federal contractors, and to end the mandate, the OSHA mandate that the Supreme Court struck down for private employers. And we voted on that. And then we had a separate vote on an amendment I introduced to cut off all federal funds to any governmental entity that mandated vaccines for kids. The only thing I can think of worse than the government trying to force you to make health care decisions is the government trying to force your kids to make health care decisions without the parents making the decision. I think that's fundamentally wrong. If you got a 5-year-old, it's no politician's business whether or not they choose to get this COVID vaccine. On both of those amendments, number 1, every single Democrat in the Senate voted no. All of them. Number 2, as you noted, we would have won, except Republicans weren't there. 4 Republicans were missing, and I have no idea why.
It's just as bad as voting no.
I was glad I didn't have a camera in my face at that moment, because I would have said some things that my mother wouldn't have approved of. But I thought it was ridiculous that we didn't show up and stand up and do the right thing. In terms of the House, look, to move anything to the floor of the House takes Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker. What you've got to have is you've got to have some Democrats in the House willing to break ranks. If it's a straight party line vote, then Pelosi and the Democrats will just refuse to vote on it. So there've got to be some Democrats in the House, and there are a bunch of Democrats in districts across the country, particularly districts that Trump carries, who are scared out of their minds and know they're getting ready to lose the House, who, if they had any sense, would say we ought to vote on this. Now, whether they do or not, whether they have the courage to stand up to Pelosi, that's really where y'all come in, because it's the only thing that's going to infuse courage is if they realize they're losing their jobs if they don't discover some courage. Because they're not going to get it magically just waking up one morning. It's going to take, they've got to be more scared of the voters than they are of Nancy Pelosi. Right now, they're listening to party bosses. Until that changes, the House is not going to vote on this.
Let me answer it this way. What crisis that America's faced did we not come together as a people? Whether it's a national crisis like 9/11, whether it's a hurricane in Florida where truckers haul down construction material and Americans show up to help rebuild, or tornadoes in the Midwest, or fires in the West. I mean, we always come together in the midst of tragedy, don't we? But not during the pandemic. No. The pandemic was politicized almost from the start. Yep. We ignored, we sabotaged early treatment. Hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives and didn't have to lose their lives because we just sabotaged early treatment because I guess the President of the United States at the time advocated for it. So there's something else going on here. And as Ted just described, COVID has become completely partisan in the political realm. But again, what gives me hope is what you're doing, what I'm sensing in Wisconsin, quite honestly, what I'm sensing with our January 24th event, COVID-19, a second opinion that both Pierre and Paul attended. There needs to be an awakening. Mm-hmm. There has to be an awakening. But unfortunately, right now it's politicized, but it's movements like yours. It's ordinary Americans that need to have their eyes opened and understand there's something going on here.
The awakening's happening right now. The awakening is circling the Beltway as we're talking to you right now. That convoy is rolling 2 wide and is probably 10 miles long today. The awakening's here.
Paul.
And what I wanted to say, Senator Cruz and Senator Johnson, thank you very much for allowing us, and the leadership of Brian. Here's the key issue, because you talked, Senator Johnson, about Americans unifying. At the beginning of this, we know right now that Omicron is at the lowest risk variant. It presents an off-ramp for the government, an exit strategy. We know that the vaccine does not stop transmission, but here's the key. At the beginning of this, for 2 years now, it was the trucker who faced the initial Wuhan strain, the most virulent strain. When the government told everyone to lock down and to remote work, it was the trucker who kept the supply chains going and kept the country on its feet. It was the trucker who faced this virus for 2 years. Now with the lowest strain of variant, you are telling the trucker, with the exit strategy we have, that you can apply your trade. It absolutely makes no sense. It's upside down.
Well, and the grocery clerk, and the nurses,
Right.
and the doctors,
the firefighters.
Yes.
No, I mean, we spent a year with politicians giving all these rhetoric about heroes, and they turn around and say, all right, let's fire the heroes. Like, make up your damn mind.
Right.
They're the heroes.
And Ted, just so you know, so Paul Alexander's put together really the compendium of over 140 studies talking
150.
about that shows natural immunity works. Yeah, he was up in Canada with the truckers. You're being threatened with arrest.
Yes.
Dr. Corey testified a number of times before my committees on early treatment. Corticosteroids, you led the way, a different path to treatment as opposed to ventilators, which aren't particularly successful. So I mean, these are also heroes of the pandemic.
No doubt.
I'm honored to sort of be part of the People's Convoy and support them, because we need a voice. We're being ignored, right? And when you look at those emergency powers and the mandates, there's a lot of secondary ones that rippled through society. Like, I feel like this extended emergency, when you look at the impacts on society, like, there's all these secondary. I mean, it seems like society's gone mad. Like, if you look at my specialty, I'm a physician. I mean,
we're restricted from practicing medicine the way we always have, making decisions based on our experience, our expertise, our reading of the literature. We're told what medicines to use. We're told what medicines not to use. And there's actually corruption around that.
Sure.
I mean, we're using ineffective medicines and not able to use the good ones. And then to talk about things, right? Like open and honest scientific debate. We have all these social media channels and the press. I mean, you can't discuss certain medicines. So like, I mean, it's not just those mandates. I mean, we're really sick as a society here. And like, when you see the people standing up, and I wish you guys had come to Hagerstown, I mean, you got to see the people showing up. I mean, the way they talk, I mean,
You really need to come down there.
Yeah.
it's incredibly moving. I mean, people are really hurt, but they are coming together, and there is that unity, you know, and they're coming from all sides of the aisle. I mean, it's not about politics down there. It's about like really core things. It's about freedoms and about going back to normal life. I mean, he just extended the emergency powers now? Where's
Why?
the emergency?
Yeah.
I mean, this is absurd.
Let's hope it's over.
And you know, when I see, it's not just as part of the convoy, there's a couple of doctors. I mean, we've written a declaration against these mandates and against a lot. The lack of recognition of natural immunity was always absurd.
Yep.
I mean, it violates
Yep.
some of the central tenets of medicine, right? And we have over 20,000 physicians and scientists from around the world who've signed on to those declarations, calling out the illegitimacy and lack of logic about a lot of these mandates. And so, and I like what Brian said, he doesn't need the science to show the injustice of the mandates. But there's a lot of science to show that these mandates have absolutely no place, and they're hurting people.
You're familiar with the Great Barrington Declaration, right?
Sure.
That was October 2020. Right, laying out right there, there's a different path in terms of responding to this. And what did Fauci and Collins do? They'd have emails between themselves. We need to destroy these people reputationally. Somebody from Oxford, from Harvard, from Stanford. We need to destroy these people that are opposed to our solution, the only solution, okay, the only narrative. Let's hear from the other folks here. Tell us your story.
Jerry Stens. I came here from Poland in 1995, and I really good remember how Poland was in 80s. It's the place where solidarity started, and the whole movement in Europe. We did it peacefully. I came in Christmas Eve of 1995, and Christmas Day, it was my first day at work. And now I'm driving.
Where did you come to? Where do you live now?
Now I live in Florida, but I came to Chicago. So now I drive truck for 27 years, and now I feel it's like deja vu. I escaped from the country to get the freedom, and now I'm in the country where we need to get that freedom back. Basically, this is my story.
No, we hear that time and time again. People who escape communism, all of a sudden they're kind of recognizing, and they're very concerned about what's happening in this country. Thank you for coming.
Thank you,
sir.
And my dad came from Cuba and was in prison and tortured in Cuba, so I understand very directly that freedom is precious and it can be taken away, and very quickly the next generation can discover they don't have what their parents and grandparents had. And I think we're at exactly an inflection point like that.
My name is Alan Kelly. I'm a 28-year veteran truck driver. Me and my wife run team.
No offense, but if you were 28, you can party if you're 28 because you lived a heck of a life.
I felt like I was 28 coming back with the People's Convoy. I'll tell you that. It was like it was just so energizing. But anyway, I have a 1-year-old grandson and I have an 8-year-old grandson, and I'm here so that they have the freedoms, maybe more freedoms and a better life than I had, because I have had a great life and I've had lots of freedoms and I've had lots of experiences, and I want them to have the same thing. I have kids. My kids are old enough to have kids.
Right.
Some of their friends are school teachers and stuff like that. They've lost their jobs. We come from a small town in Pennsylvania, southwestern Pennsylvania, not far from here. It's just, I'm here for the mother that we were talking to on the way from Adelanto to Hagerstown that hasn't talked to her daughter in 6 months because she's not vaccinated and her kids won't talk to her. She was in tears. We've had a movement like no other, like no presidential candidate, like no senator, like no congressman, like no governor coming across this country. We've had millions and millions of people. There hasn't been a handful of bridges we haven't seen somebody. They're coming out of the woods on their four-wheelers. And when you're driving under these overpasses and you look up at the people's faces, and millions, yeah, it was tens of thousands, and it turned to hundreds of thousands, and it went into the millions. And I've never seen a presidential candidate or at any level have what we just had. And I think that speaks volumes.
They're crying.
Yep.
You can see
We've
them crying.
we've already won because we've opened their hearts. And once their hearts are open, they can't be closed. And it's just, I'm really upset that none of our congressmen and senators and stuff like that have come out to give us the time of day up till this point, and we appreciate you guys so much for that.
Sure.
And I have the list. I know the 47 people that voted to keep the Emergency Powers Act. I know the ones that didn't vote, and I know the ones that did vote. And we're gonna hold them accountable, because honestly, they're not down here.
Yep.
They're at their homes having their cocktail parties and not listening to the people or working for the people that are paying them. But they gave them that lavish lifestyle that they have. And we're going to hold people accountable that don't listen to us. And that includes everybody that did vote for it. If they don't continue to fight for us, we're paying attention. We know who's who. We need to take back our school boards, our town selectmen, city mayors. It all starts there.
Yep.
Because it's all been infiltrated. It's all corrupt. We have real science. We have conflicting information from doctors right here versus the CDC. Okay, there's medicines that can help people. People has lost their families. They've died. They weren't even allowed in to see them for their last minutes of life. Imagine if I couldn't imagine not seeing my wife or my mom or dad in their last minutes. I mean, I just couldn't imagine it. It's unconscionable what they've done to the American people, and we need to start. And the people are going to start. Me especially. It's not a right issue, it's not a left issue like Brian said. It's a we the people issue. And there's rhinos on both sides. And we're gonna hold them accountable. So the ones that fight for us, for the right thing and work for the people, they're gonna stay. The ones that don't, we're gonna try to get them to go.
Yep.
And this is a lot, and I do wanna say, if this is messed up again, you're fired. And I promise you it's going to happen. I mean, the American people, or we're going to hold the people that work for us accountable.
This convoy has developed a very powerful voice across America through social media, even if the mainstream media doesn't want to cover us. Everyone knows this is happening. Everybody knows that it's moving across. And everybody is opening up their eyes, and they are not afraid to talk anymore. They're not afraid
There's
to stand
people that are
up.
scared to come down here and talk because of what the government has done.
Oh, yeah.
They have made people feel afraid.
Yep.
I'm very nervous. That's why I started out with, yeah. But they shouldn't be. This is America. We should not. Do we have a right to peacefully and law-abidingly assemble and?
Of course.
Do we have that right?
And you guys have absolutely, and you guys have discovered firsthand.
Is it illegal to have that? Is it illegal to peacefully assemble
Of course not.
following the laws?
Of course not.
Okay.
But y'all have seen firsthand how the corporate media is fundamentally corrupt.
Right, big tech, big pharma. I mean, it's all a problem.
You're exactly right, and we've seen, particularly concerning COVID and mandates, we've seen a particularly nasty combination of government authoritarians. We saw this in Canada, with Canadian politicians reaching out to their buddies in big tech and getting GoFundMe to go steal $10 million from the Canadian truckers. And we saw it here in the United States with Jen Psaki from the White House press briefing room demanding of Spotify they pull Joe Rogan down because he dared ask some questions on this. Right. And that nexus of power of government authoritarians, big tech, and then the corporate media lying about it.
When they can silence the sitting president of the United States, it's a real problem.
Exactly right. But what is more powerful is the American people rising up and speaking out. So what y'all are doing is incredibly important.
Thank you for your time.
By the way, I'm seeing the same thing in Wisconsin, people coming up to me with tears in their eyes. Those that are awakened, and again, you've got to bust out from the media. Because here's what we're up against. Talk about COVID, but you can apply this to just about any other issue. The body count now is over 960,000, over 6 million globally. The human toll, the economic devastation, again, what we've done to our children. Do you think they'll ever admit they were wrong?
Well,
First of all, they at this point, they can't afford to admit they're wrong, but here's the key point. It's the administration, the healthcare agencies, it's Big Pharma. Have you seen all the ads for Big Pharma on then the corporate media, the legacy media, the mainstream media, what do you want to call them, then the big tech, social media giants. They have the power to make it very difficult, not impossible, to prove them wrong. So the only way we overcome this vast cartel of power is with what you're doing.
Joe Biden said it was unexcusable whenever, under Trump's administration, when there's 250,000 people that passed from the virus. There has been far more than that under his watch. So where's his accountability?
Look at how he scapegoated the unvaxxed. I mean, they saw the vaccines weren't working as well as we all hoped and prayed they would. They're not as safe. So right around that June, July time period, they knew this wasn't over. They had to blame somebody, so they decided to divide America even further. That's just been their strategy. They won't accept the consequences. They won't accept responsibility. They had to blame someone, so they scapegoated the unvaxxed.
Senator Johnson, earlier you mentioned something, and I want to quickly mention before we wrap up, because I know time is precious. You've mentioned that, well, obviously everybody knows they politicized this thing from the start, right? But the one thing that was certain is that it was either politics or power. Now, here on Capitol Hill, you'd assume the first thing is politics. And that would have been fine, because that's nothing you don't expect up here. But when it's power, that's a problem. But what you said is something else is at play here, but you didn't name it. And between the two, it was as certain as a mathematical proof that it wasn't politics and it was power. Because if it were just politics, the moment you divide the American public by vaxxed and unvaxxed and identify your enemy as unvaxxed, well, you'd have just let them all not be vaxxed and then die of COVID, wouldn't you?
Well, don't forget
And
money.
there's only half as many people.
Because there's a whole lot of money being made also.
Right?
I want you guys to hear from two more people.
Yeah, the last
part.
you guys definitely.
I'm gonna
Fine,
stand
then
up
we'll
for this part if I can.
Yep.
Bring it.
Through the convoy, there's been people that have walked up to us and told us a story, whispered in our ears, told us all kinds of things that have gone on with their life and how things were affected. One man gave me an American flag that he carried in his rucksack all through all throughout his Afghanistan deployment. He believed that it kept him alive and safe. And he told me to put this in my pocket and bring it to DC. Now I completed that mission. I brought it here for him. This young man here, 18 years old, only planned on being with us for one city, from Adelanto to our next stop. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He has stuck with us this entire time. He flies out tonight. It's emotional when we see guys like him leave us, but we know that they're still supporting us. I did my mission. I want publicly, for the man that gave me this, to give it to this man, to carry with you for the rest of your life, for being a part of this people's convoy, and to remember why you stood up.
Tell us your story. Why did you join the convoy? Why did you stick with it?
I got a picture to show y'all real quick.
Yeah.
This here is me in middle school against them, March for Our Lives against the NRA. This wasn't me thinking freely. This was the school system. I'm from California. And you guys ever ride horses or anything? It's like, I feel like a horse being stuck in a stall, being let out into the pasture to travel in the country. Let me break that down for y'all. I've been in a horse stall in California, and my pen didn't get open to go out to the pasture until I left the borderline into Arizona. It's sickening, and I want to cry. I haven't cried since my daddy's funeral about 6 years ago. Excuse me. Sorry.
You got it, buddy. We got you.
We got it.
My daddy served for these colors. His Constitution almost would throw like that now because I can't go to Los Angeles and do street photography without being kicked out because I'm not vaccinated. I didn't have prom. I graduated early. I didn't, homecoming games. I don't know what that feels like. My mom, she went to school boards and fought for us. I guess this is why I'm here. Yeah, I think this is why I'm able to stand up to corrupt politicians that's taken away our, excuse my French, our freedoms. You know, I grew up watching this place on TV, and I never thought I would be sitting here fighting for my own freedom. I have a beautiful niece. She turns Tuesday this year. And I just want to make sure when I have my dream ranch, she could come to me and I have the rights, the freedoms to protect her without having the government be involved and feeling like I shouldn't be able to defend myself. I can't get a gun until I'm 21 and I live alone in California. Gavin Newsom ain't doing nothing but to protect and corrupt criminals. Look at the $0 bill. And I'm supposed to live in that where somebody could just break into my house and I can defend myself? That's not living. I have dreams about me protecting myself and I'm going to jail. Imagine going to prison for protecting yourself. I'm 18 years old. I literally had that dream. Another thing that's really big on me is how diverse this country is becoming. You know, I've been counseled out by my own skin color shades. I've been counseled out by people who don't even know me. They just see how to wear a dress and call me Uncle Tom, Coon. They see it all over TV. And it's publicized stuff. It's like candy. You know, I'm not candy. The media's got this all flipped. And being firsthand as an American patriot, somebody who has scars on himself from working in tractors, falling off horses, making sure somebody has a buffalo or some American Angus to eat on their table, you know, go in college, you know. I'm just normal. I'm an American. But they see this and they think it's all full of white supremacists, racist, and I feel like because of my color, because of where I'm from, California, I'm breaking all these stereotypes. So there's no excuse. People need to hear the stories of the American people. It's not racist. I've been treated nothing but love. I've grown. My life has forever changed because of the convoy. I would go back home feeling like a horse and locked up in this horse pen again till I could be able to get my career going. I can't even get that going without having to be forced to be vaccinated to go to school.
Well, let me say thank you for your courage speaking out, and your voice is powerful. And you're right that even in blue states like California, there are millions and millions of people that are frustrated, that want to be free. And in some states, particularly blue states, a lot of them are intimidated to be silent. But your voice, you're speaking for a lot of other people. You're speaking for a lot of other Californians. You're speaking for a lot of other African Americans. You're speaking for a lot of Americans. And that is powerful. I'll also say, by the way, I want to extend you an invitation. Come to Texas. We'll protect your rights. You can keep bear arms in Texas, and you're already dressed for it. You know, you said people don't like how you dress. As a Texan, I'm like, I don't even understand what the hell they're saying. I think you look great. But so it's an open invitation. The great state of Texas beckons you.
Thank you, sir.
Another gentleman that has rode with us from the very beginning. He's got a remarkable story himself, and he's been right by our side from day one in this. He's seen the emotional roller coaster that this journey has been.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Senators, for hearing us today. My name is Ron Coleman. I'm from Reno, Nevada. I own a small trucking company, or at least I will until next week, maybe. Who knows how far that goes.
Yeah.
But my daughter said to me before I left, Dad, you can't afford to do this with everything that's come over the last 2 years. And I looked at her and I said, I can't afford not to do this.
Yeah.
This has been an emotional roller coaster that you cannot imagine, you can't even put words to. And in reality, it comes down to some things very much like this. This note wrapped around a cookie from a family. If I may, I'll read this. Dear trucker, I admire your courage and your determination in doing this. I will support you in prayer for a victory over the sad oppression that is going on. Thank you for fighting for all of us. A mother of 3, God bless you. I have a box full of these letters. I have 4-year-old girls coming up, hugging me, and handing me crayon notes. We love you. Thank you for fighting for our future freedoms, in a crayon note. I tell them, I am just like the Pony Express of the days gone by. And I will collect your tears, I will collect your messages, I will collect your heart, and I will take it with me to Washington, D.C., and I will deliver it. And that mission is partially complete for me personally. But I also tell them, the truckers are the tip of the spear, and the body of the spear is the people. We are nothing without the people. So this isn't about the truckers. We are awakening people all over this world. We are awakening, as Alan said, millions of people seeing their tears, hugs, to where I'm having to hold them from collapsing in sob. This is a movement that the people have brought forth that says our God-given rights have been trampled on from our Constitution. And he's right. Our Constitution and 56 very fine gentlemen sat in a room in Philadelphia and they pounded this out. They knew this day would come. This is why we have these writings. This is why we believe in these writings. And moving forward, we want to make sure that every single American, and you're right, Senator Cruz, these people are coming and they're waking up.
Yep, absolutely.
And when they awaken, they will not go back to sleep. And we're bringing them forward. And we were bringing them with us. And I say to them, call every single official that you can, every politician that you can, and let's start burning up these phone lines and letting them know, let Nancy Pelosi know that the power is in the people and we are coming.
Amen.
First of all, God bless her for doing that. I can see you're compelled, and all of your stories here are compelling. What's going through my mind, I wish the press would have been here to see the entire thing. I think we should bring them in right now. I think we should, Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, hi. I drive a 1-ton truck, and apparently you cannot park it in downtown DC.
She's from your district.
I'm from West Texas, sir.
Awesome. Where?
Out in Midland. I own a hotshot trucking company in the oil fields.
Fantastic.
So I came up here with, I'm keeping my guys working down there, and came up here and brought about 20 people from Texas from me.
Wonderful.
We tried to organize the state as best we could within 12 days. If you've never done grassroots, it's a wild ride.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd be here, to be honest. So I pretty much said, I can do oil field 24/7, or I could do this. It's real hard to do both.
I understand.
So this is just, everybody's here for the same reason, for our freedoms, for our children's freedoms, for the generations to come, their freedoms too. And Texas is a wonderful state. I think it's harder for Texas because we stood up for our freedoms a lot sooner than a lot of other states. And I think it's just overpass of people. I think there's a dozen overpasses that did not have people on it, from Texas all the way to here. That we're the majority. We may be we're not silent anymore. We are not silent anymore. And people, you make eye contact with them, they're just like, thank you. Thank you for standing up for us. Thank you for being here for us. Thank you for watching over our children. They just say thank you. They're so grateful. And that's what we're all here for. We're here to do that, to stand for everybody's freedoms. Whatever side of the table you stand on, it's for your freedom too, whether we agree or disagree. It's okay. That's what makes this country beautiful. And that's what we stand for under that Constitution with each other.
This convoy has really shown the heart and soul of the United States and what we truly are about. And I really implore your colleagues to come down, you and your colleagues to all come down both sides of the aisle and meet with these drivers. There's so many stories like it, to meet with these people down there. Remember, it's not just truckers, it's people
everything.
from all over America that are down there. They come from every jurisdiction. I know of 30, 40, 50 of your own constituents
They
that
flew
are
in
in
from
trucks.
Hawaii.
They flew in from Hawaii.
Rented RVs.
It's hard to drive a truck from Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah, I tried.
I know you want to bring the press in to, because it's sometimes here, I want to just, to wrap it up, that this really is a spiritual war, and we've awakened a lot of people across the country. We have a pandemic of unchecked power. That's what it is.
Yep.
And as soon as you put man's power above God's power, you know who wins. But we've got a pendulum that's swinging from woke to the Great Awakening, and there's nobody who's seen that more firsthand than the truckers who drove across the country to see this. And we don't have our freedoms. We're here because Americans will not have freedoms as long as emergency powers exist and continue to be abused. It's why we're here. We need our freedom back. We need accountability. We need investigations. We appreciate any help you can offer.
Absolutely.
I sprang from the Tea Party movement, 2010, and I still don't belong here, quite honestly. But my rallying cry,
That means you do belong here.
my rallying cry back then was, this is a fight for freedom.
Sure.
It's not someone else's fight. This is our fight. It's a fight we have to win.
Yeah.
These are the embodiment of really what happened there. And all I can say is what I sensed in 2010, the reason I stepped up to the plate, that movement back then, this is way more powerful. It just is. And I think it's far less partisan.
Yeah.
Which is the good sign. So again, God bless all of you. I think your stories are unbelievably powerful. I didn't know really what to expect. I didn't expect the tears. I'm not surprised by them because I see them in Wisconsin all the time. But this is moving. I think we need to get the press in here. We got to figure out how we can. I mean, this needs to be obviously the video taken here. This needs to be documented. This needs to get out on the internet. This needs to be shared.
Okay.
I'd share with the news media. So.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
we're gonna bring them in, and then they'll just probably shout questions at everyone. So if you all don't want to answer, we have two.
Been live the whole time.
Good.
We need to win on this.
Yeah, no.
Just getting bigger.
We brought in another couple hundred last night.
Good.
Good. More confident.
Start from the phrase.
Let's just start.
You can ask them without you guys.
She might need to reference it.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, we just want to wait for everybody to get in here. Everybody ready? Well, first of all, I want to thank the representatives of the People's. I want to thank the representatives of the People's Convoy for just doing what they're doing. I don't think either Ted and I understood what or knew what we expected out of this meeting. I know we made a mistake not having the press come in here from the first moment of this, of these testimonies. They're powerful. These are people that are fighting for freedom. It's just that simple. We've already seen tears here. I didn't expect that. It doesn't surprise me at all. But these are powerful stories, so I want you to listen to their stories. I want you to hear why they have done this, why they have risked, in many cases, their career in this universal fight for freedom. That's what this is all about. It's very simple. It's very simple. So thank you. God bless all of you for what you're doing, trying to awaken America. Ted?
Well, and let me say, the men and women gathered around this table, this is America. This is who we are as a people. You have men and women of every race and creed who are standing up for freedom. standing up for a very basic and simple principle, that it ought to be your decision how to live your life. It ought to be your decision how to treat your body and what to do with your own health. And in crisis, character reveals itself. And in the age of COVID, we have seen too many petty tyrants who believe they have the power to make personal health care decisions for you, and even worse, to make health care decisions for your kids, your 5-year-old children at home. The federal government has no business telling parents they got to give a 5-year-old child a COVID vaccine. It ought to be your choice. If you choose to get the COVID vaccine, God bless you. That's your choice. You can make that choice. I'm glad that choice is available to you. But if you choose not to, that's your choice also. You know, 2 years ago when this pandemic started, we had lots of politicians giving speeches about heroes. You heard about the heroes. You heard about as everything was shut down, and let me say, shutting everything down was idiotic. But as everything was shut down, you had truck drivers that were the heroes moving the supply chain, making sure we had food, making sure we had the necessities we needed. You had cops and firefighters on front lines. You had nurses and doctors at the beginning of a pandemic risking their lives when we didn't understand what we were dealing with. What an amazing shift we've gone. 2 years later, there are politicians from local mayors all the way up to the President of the United States who are saying, fire the cops and firefighters. Fire the soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines who are defending our country. Fire the doctors and nurses who are on the front lines fighting COVID, and fire the truck drivers. Look, just a few weeks ago, the eyes of the world were on the Canadian truckers. That convoy to our neighbor up north was powerful, and they spoke out for freedom. The People's Convoy continues that legacy. And I got to tell you, there are a whole lot of politicians in this building that aren't listening. They're ignoring the people back home. And every elected official, from the local mayor and the county commissioner, all the way up to the President of the United States, it's time to listen, and it's time to defend people's freedom. And so I want to thank you for telling your stories. Your stories are powerful. And the politicians, the petty tyrants, they need to hear, and frankly, they need to leave you the hell alone.
Before you guys start, can you make sure that you state your names first so the press knows who you are, and then tell your story?
So again, I would suggest you ask questions and direct them primarily to the representatives of the People's Convoy. Let them tell their stories. They should be heard.
Yeah. So, yeah, Zachary Souza with the Daily Beast. Quick question. So, during your meeting, did you guys discuss at all the plans moving forward in terms of potentially gumming up traffic in DC more, and the next steps in terms of what the escalations are, and also what the demands are from you guys, which haven't been specified? Thanks so much.
Well, we've made it pretty clear what our plans are. We're going to keep looping the Beltway until we're hurt. That hasn't changed anything. We've been doing it, what, day 3 now of doing that? We're currently riding two wide, occupying 2 lanes. I believe we're probably about 6-7 miles long. The first day we did it, we were 64 miles long because we occupied 1 lane. In that time, 2 other convoys have joined up with us. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to leave. Stay put. We're going to keep doing what we're doing until we start getting more meetings like we just had today. Our demands, if you want to say, have been pretty clear. And the state of emergency and the vaccine mandates. And let's start holding both our elected and unelected officials accountable for their actions that led to this through bipartisan congressional hearings and investigations into the origins of the pandemic and the federal government's and state government's response to this pandemic.
So the demands are that you meet with, because out in Hagerstown you guys had mentioned that you guys wanted to meet with every single lawmakers. Are those the demands for you guys to end, once you get all those meetings, then to go home?
No, of course that's not our demands. You can sit and talk all day you want and have dog and pony shows with all these different politicians. That doesn't get you anywhere. Action on the Senate, action on the floor, action at the state levels, action by our administration. is how we get those things met.
They
Having
want-
meetings
they
doesn't
want-
solve
They
it.
want their freedom back.
Look,
Yeah,
look,
they
the
want their
result
freedom
is
back.
they want government to leave them the hell alone.
Let me-
They want the mandates ended.
That's it.
And the emergency ended. That's
Let
what
me-
they're
let me-
demanding, and the meetings are how they get them.
Dr. Alexander, let me deal with it scientifically for him. This has been going on for 3 weeks peacefully. Your media must make sure they understand that. There's been no events. This is a peaceful, embracing, loving movement built on the backs of the Canadian trucker. Now, the science, there is no science in the world, none, and I want to say it clearly, that supports these vaccine mandates or any mandates. COVID is done. It is over. People want to go on with their lives. The trucker is waging the scientific battle. The doctors and academic scientists, the NIH, CDC, FDA have failed to wage for the American people. We should praise the trucker.
So, sir, can I ask you a follow-up on that? I spent 10 days up in covering the Canadian protests in Ottawa, where there are a lot of mandates still operational up there. Down here, we've seen this fall, we're in a 90% blue district. The mandates have just been lifted here. I've been walking around and sort of as a game asking people whether they even realize if we're in a state of emergency. Most people seem to have no idea because it doesn't seem to affect them. So I guess I'm wondering, like, aren't you guys winning? It seems like your side has already won. Like, what mandates are even left?
Well, there's vaccine mandates across the country in different sectors. We're losing qualified soldiers. By the way, the most well-trained and experienced soldiers in the world, we're losing them because they want to stand up for their freedom, which they just stood up for all of yours these years. They want to stand up for their freedom now, and they're being ejected from the military. You got healthcare workers that are some of the best, the absolute best in healthcare. They've spent their entire life becoming the best, and now they're losing their job because they agree with the doctors. They agree that it's wrong to be forced in a vaccination. They agree that it's wrong. The mandates are starting to roll back. You're absolutely right. Masks have started rolling back pretty much the moment we started kicking off from Adelanto, California. I chalked that up to a small win to the People's Convoy. You're welcome. We're going to continue doing this. We're going to continue going until the vaccine mandate and the state of emergency is lifted. Period.
What was your name? I didn't catch your name. I came in.
Brian Brazzi, organizer of the People's Convoy.
Brian, have you requested a meeting, John Hines with Lawmakers, have you requested a meeting with the White House, and if so, what's the response been?
We have openly said that we want to meet with anybody and everybody who will hear us. This is not a left issue. This is not a right issue. This is an American issue. We are by no means leaning to the right or to the left on this topic. This is a people's movement. This is for the people. In our convoy right now, there are Democrats, there are Republicans, there are independents, there are libertarians, there are constitutionalists. There are people that don't affiliate with either party in any way, shape, or form. They just believe in their God-given rights, and that's why they're a part of this. We would love the opportunity to speak to the administration personally. We would love the opportunity to speak with any member of the House and any member of the Senate. We would love that opportunity. Come hear the stories of these people. Come down to Hagerstown at night and speak to these drivers one-on-one. And by the way, it's not just the truck drivers. The truck drivers stood up. There's no doubt about it. But this is an American people convoy. This is the people's convoy. This convoy consists of RVs, motorhomes, cars, motorcycles. Shoot, a golf cart if it can keep up. Come on down. This is for everybody. This is for the American people. I don't care if you're far left or far right. This is for you too. This is an American issue.
Mr. Brazzi, Juan Mendoza with Daily Caller. So recently a bill came up in Congress that passed the Senate, I believe, that was looking for the removal of the emergency powers. Now, Joe Biden announced that if the bill would reach his desk that he would veto it, and he called it the removal a reckless and costly mistake. So my question is, what would the convoy, which is all the convoys that I've spoken to, they all support that they want to end the mandates. And a lot of the congressmen I've seen have been also like looking for that goal. So what are both the Congress and the convoys able to do to like help if Biden vetoes the bill that got proposed and ends up going through Congress?
Well, on our end, I'll let the professionals answer that one. But on our end, what I would say is, if he vetoes, it just shows how out of touch he is with the American people.
Or the science.
Or the science.
And by the way, the hypocrisy was evident for the world to see. Ron and I were both on the floor of the House of Representatives last week. On the floor of the House, you had 535 members of Congress sitting there. There weren't 5 masks in the entire room. Now, a week earlier, they had decreed that you had to be tested and wear a mask, and a bunch of us weren't going to come if they were going to do that. They finally looked at the poll numbers and backed away from that. But these same tyrants that sit there, look, these Democratic politicians, when they're behind closed doors, and this was true a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when they're behind closed doors, they take their masks off, they're laughing, they're yucking it up, and then they step out and they see these devices y'all are holding, cameras, and suddenly they go, oh crap, I got to put a mask on. That's not science, that's theater. That is empty politics. And it's one thing if they want to wear masks. I've actually joked that I want to introduce a resolution saying Democrats in Congress are required to wear masks for the rest of their lives.
Joking, by the way.
I'm joking. That is a joke. That is a joke. But if they want to wear a mask themselves, they're welcome to do that. But what they're doing with these mandates, you know, a minute ago we got a question, what difference does it make? I'll tell you what difference it makes. It makes a difference to everyone who's lost their jobs over these mandates. It makes a difference for the truck drivers that are told they can't go to work. It makes a difference for the doctors and nurses that are being fired. Biggest hospital in New York fired 1,400 doctors and nurses. It makes a difference for the soldiers and sailors. I've looked in the eyes of Navy SEALs who spent over a decade fighting for our country, who are being fired because they're facing an illegal mandate. Every week, I fly back and forth to Houston. Almost without exception, every time I'm on an airplane, either the captain or a flight attendant will come up to me, will hug me and say, thank you for fighting for us. Because I'll tell you, United Airlines, sadly Houston's a hub of them, has fired thousands of pilots and flight attendants. What difference does it make? We're in the District of Columbia right now. There are mandates affecting kids in D.C. This is wrong. It is wrong, and what should Congress do? We should vote on it. We should end the emergency. We voted 2 weeks ago on ending the mandates. I had an amendment to end the vaccine mandates for kids. We need to get that done because it's the right thing to do.
Let me tell you what's been a reckless and costly mistake. Our response to COVID. 960,000 Americans dead. Globally, 6 million. The human toll of the economic devastation of the shutdowns that didn't work.
Yes.
What we've done to our children. You know, we've ignored the science. We've actually listened to somebody who claims he was science. He's not. We've ignored the science. You know, I don't care where you sit on terms of masks, but I think the science is pretty clear that they don't work. I'll tell you where a mask, even a really well-fitting N95, changed out 3 times a day where it wouldn't work. With our children. Have you ever seen children wear masks?
Yeah, they don't.
It was obvious back in March of 2020 that masks were not going to work with children. And yet, look what we did to our kids for 2 years. Yep. It delayed their speech. Yeah. They couldn't recognize their teacher. They couldn't see their classmates smile.
They're traumatized.
Oh, they are traumatized. They're afraid they're going to kill their grandparents.
Yeah.
We have traumatized our society. We have had our freedoms taken away from us. Our response has not been a success. It's been a miserable failure. But here's the problem. The people that foisted this response on us, the people who took away our freedoms, they'll never admit they were wrong. At this point, with the body count as high as it is, they can't afford to be proven wrong. And here's the problem. They have the power. They're the administration, the health agencies, the big pharma, the corporate legacy mainstream media, the big tech social media giants. They have the power to make it pretty darn difficult, if not impossible, to prove them wrong. And so what the People's Convoy is all about, the solution is bringing the truth to the American public. Because the truth is not getting to the American public. Those of us that have been trying to convey the truth, we've been vilified, we've been censored, we've been accused of spreading misinformation. I'm sorry, the misinformation has been spread by the COVID cartel. They are the ones that have censored the truth. They'll continue to censor the truth, and that is why I'm so appreciative of the People's Convoy. They're trying to let the American people understand what has happened to them.
Tell us, you were making a comment about the impact on kids.
Yeah, they're traumatized. I have a nephew, he's 12 years old. Fortunately, he's not as traumatized in Texas as the other kids are. I talk to kids all the time, these teenagers, as I've been traveling through the country, and they're like, our high school was stolen. Yeah. Our lives in high school was stolen, 2 years gone. We don't get to go anywhere. And we can't get that back. Everybody's All-American is gone. And these children that are 2, 3 years old have been wearing masks for 2 years. They don't know facial expressions. I mean, speech therapy has gone up 300% from what I understand, from what I've studied. You know, it's critical. The formidable years are 2 to 5 years old, and they stole it from them. And now they're behind. And how are we going to catch these children up? You know, and I have children coming to me all the way through from Texas. Thank you. Thank you. We're so happy you're here. I have little notes from children. Thank you. Thank you for standing up for our freedoms. My parents can't go, but thank you. And it just brings tears to your eyes. Every single overpass here, except a dozen maybe from Texas to here, people everywhere. Thank you. Thank you for standing
Tell
up.
us about the impact. You're 18, and you shared with us a lot of those same sentiments.
But yeah, like she said, I'm first-hand experience on what my life has been. I can tell you guys personally, especially as quote, because I've got media here, as a black man in the country. You know, it's not a white supremacist thing. It's not a whole KKK thing or whatever you guys want to call it or put it out there. It's not about that.
No.
But as an 18-year-old in America, California, should I say? Lord, that's another story. But on this topic, a lot of you guys in here graduated, right? You guys had a graduation. You guys got some fancy press pass. I'm pretty sure you guys graduated. I didn't. I don't know what walking down the aisle feels like. Prom, I don't know what that feeling is. Homecoming, I don't even know what that is. I gotta get a mailed-in diploma. Imagine. I only experienced freshman and my first semester sophomore year, and that's it. Stripped. I thought it was normal. I mean, I thought it was, well, just a pandemic. Gotta stay home and keep us safe. I have yet tested positive for COVID. In my whole life, my whole teenage years, I'm about to start my college career pretty soon. And next year, I don't know. It's just know it's been stripped and it's stolen.
It's just wrong.
To his point about California specifically, a lot of the mandates that you guys are protesting that still exist are state level ones. Are you considering doing these kind of tactics, the convoys and those kind of things in state capitals as well?
What comes up next, as if we don't start gaining any traction on the federal grounds, then while still staying where we are, yeah, I believe a call to action will be necessary to push into the states and help the states pressure the federal government. I mean, right now, I'll say it in front of all these cameras. Those of you that support the People's Convoy but couldn't come out to us, start organizing in your states. Start right now, organizing in your states. Freedoms.
Ron's got a powerful note he got.
I absolutely will. One of the moving things that we have moving across this country is the notes. And this one little, I can pull stacks of these notes. Stacks of these notes written by children with crayons. As you know, as I said, before I left Adelanto, a 4-year-old or so little girl just came up to me and hugged me and handed me a crayon note that was written in her hand, "We love you, truckers. Thank you for fighting for our futures." And I took on a very important thing. I rose my hand, I took an oath, like many in this convoy have. That oath had no expiration date. And I may not be serving in the active military today, but I am serving my country nonetheless until my dying breath. And that is why I am here. I am telling these people, I am the Pony Express today, and I'm taking your messages. I'm taking your tears, your hearts, your love, your I love yous, and every message and every word you give to me, I'm taking it with me, and I'm going to let them be heard. So let me say this one letter. Dear Trucker, I admire your courage and your determination in doing this. I will support you and pray for you and pray for a victory over the sad oppression that is going on. Thank you for fighting for all of us. A mother of three, God bless you.
Senators, when COVID is politically divisive as it's become, I mean, you just said they're never going to admit they're wrong. So what does it take to get Democrats on board, do you think, and what is the message to them?
Look, I think what it takes is more and more American people standing up. The State of the Union was a bellwether. As I said, a week before the State of the Union, Pelosi had put out an order that you couldn't come to the floor of the House without wearing a mask. And yet, you know, it's amazing. The thing that changed wasn't the science, it was the polling. I do think you're starting to see Democrats getting scared that their authoritarian abuse, people are fed up with it. People are tired of shutting down their businesses, shutting down their schools, abusing their freedom. And I think more and more people standing up and speaking out like the truckers are doing right now. What's got to happen is elected officials have to be more afraid of the people than they are of the party bosses in Washington. Right now, that's not happening. But that needs to change, and I believe it is.
I would ask, why has the CDC, the NIH, the FDA been so non-transparent? Why have they not provided the American public with the information that we need to make tough choices? Right. That there's nothing easy, from my standpoint, in terms of making the choice to get vaccinated or not vaccinated. That's a personal choice. It should be done with informed consent. But our health agencies have not given people the information. So what's it going to take? I think the truth. And I think as more and more truth actually starts leaking out, and it's coming in from all over the world, I think people will be awakened. And again, that's what the whole purpose of the People's Convoy is, to awaken the American public to what's happening. You know, Pierre, do you want to speak a little bit on this?
I mean, there's so few of us who get a public chance to speak out, but you know, when you look at these mandates, they're using science to convince people of these mandates and the need for these mandates. The science isn't there. It hasn't been there for a long time. We know the data. I mean, they've corrupted science. I mean, I'm a physician, and when I look at the practice of medicine, all across this country, we're infusing drugs that are extremely expensive and don't work, some of which are toxic. The dangers of these vaccines and lack of efficacy of the vaccines, you can see it around the world, but not in the U.S. You know, they're now on record, the New York Times, they've hit data. They have not shared data with us. We've seen the data. When you look at U.S. data and you look around the world where they're more transparent, they don't match up. This is all about supporting a global vaccination policy. They've sold tons of vaccines and lots of medicines that don't work. There's endemic corruption in this whole response. When we talk about the failure, look how the U.S. has fared in the response to COVID. It's been a horrific failure. But a lot of people have made a lot of money. And I'm sorry to be a physician in society talking about corruption and money, but I've had to because I had a front row seat to it. I've been subjected to this. I've seen people die every single day. They land on ventilators because of ineffective and under treatment. Their early treatment's been suppressed. You know how many people have died, how many families have been ruined? And then I have people coming to me because their families are in the hospitals and the doctors are doing really dumb stuff because they're using ineffective medicines and the people can see it. They keep dying. And they say, Doc, is there anything else you can do? I can't. Got to follow which comes out of some building in Washington, D.C. They're not letting doctors doctor. And I can see that. I've had to leave medicine. I've had to leave the ICU because I am not going to stand there and watch people die when I can't practice medicine. I can't give them things to save their lives. I mean, this is too much. And I'm talking about the science in medicine. My friends, my partners here in the convoy, we talk about the lives, you know, that question, we removed mask mandates, and you're happy about that? Like everything's free now? I got my wife who's a doctor. She's going to lose her job if she doesn't get a booster. They're still boosting, they're still vaccinating for a disease that's mild with a 2-year-old vaccine that has nothing to do with Omicron. This is insanity. We are completely lost our minds. I treated a patient yesterday. She's a pharmacist working in a hospital. She told me that the hospitalists are vaccinating COVID patients as they're being discharged. We've lost our minds. And the reason why we have done that is because nothing but unending propaganda and censorship. I don't know which of you guys are censoring the real truth and the real data, but it's happening. And when you do that to an strange stuff happening. And I've had to sit there and I've had to watch the entire field of medicine doing really strange stuff, causing a lot of death.
And I wanted to echo something that Senator Cruz said, and that's why again we come back to the trucker, why we owe the US trucker and the Canadian trucker so much praise. The COVID response was so catastrophic. I can talk from the administration's point of view. I can tell you, when we locked the children down and we closed schools, the general public, the cafe latte class, the Zoom class, those people who could have remote worked easily, they didn't understand that Johnny and Susie only got their eyes tested in school. They only got their ears tested in school. They didn't think that many children, millions of children in America, get their only meal in the school setting. Millions of American children went for months with no food. We had reports coming up from individual states. And President Trump knew, I knew I was there. That's when you saw him fighting on the podium and fighting Fauci and fighting Birx. He was fighting the CDC. What did we see? We had reports coming up from individual states with mothers and fathers presenting to individual emergency rooms with a limp child in their arm and telling the emergency doctor, listen, I've been a year with no income and he's beating me now and I am beating him. And sadly today, we beat the baby and we think we may have killed our child. How can you help us? That is what those lockdowns did. So when Senator Johnson says we catastrophically harmed, these truckers deserve serious praise because they're opening the eyes of the American people. Never again we allow these governments the emergency powers that they took.
That's it.
Yes. And let me be clear right now in case it hasn't been clear enough. The People's Convoy, the people of the convoy, we're not truck driver. It's not I don't know whether the vaccine's good or bad. I just know that I deserve the choice to decide for myself. I know that there are professionals that can educate those to whether it's good or bad. I know that there are two sides to this. There are doctors that stand by and there's doctors that stand against it. The People's Convoy, we're not anti-vaxxers. We're just pro-choice.
So, Senators, did you at all encourage, have any advice, encourage, or have conversations about the next step? Because, I mean, they're kind of encircling D.C. now, quite feverishly, trying to occupy trying to occupy 2 lanes of traffic. Were there any conversations about what's next, the next steps?
You know, I'm going to respond this way. One of the things COVID has done is it has revealed truth. And the truth has revealed that there are a lot of politicians who are petty tyrants. There are a lot of big tech executives who are happy to censor and silence. And the corporate media is fundamentally corrupt. Let me ask you something. What the hell about these people is feverish? I haven't seen any fevers around here, but look.
They're encircling D.C. at a golfing race.
And I'm going to answer your idiotic question the following way. The media desperately wants to portray people exercising First Amendment rights and speaking out as feverish, as violent criminals. They're not violent.
I meant energetic. I mean, they're energetically trying to encircle D.C.
That they're stopping and making sure they pick up the trash, they pick up their cigarette butts. There's nothing feverish about speaking out for freedom. And the corporate media doesn't want people to hear that. They want to paint these guys as a bunch of loons because they want to make decisions for their own lives and their own family. There is a fever in Washington, but it's a fever of authoritarian politicians trying to strip away people's rights.
And not to mention, every single day, the night before, we are already explaining what our convoy is going to do, where we are going to be, and how we are going to conduct ourselves. The night before, DC Metro knows we ain't coming down into DC. The night before, Maryland State Police know that what we're going to do. The night before, Virginia State Police know what we're going to do. They know what we're doing. We stick to our word. When we say that we're going to go around the Beltway, we go around the Beltway. We get on where we said we're going to get on. We get off where we said we're going to get off. We're probably the most peaceful protest to come down through Washington, D.C. area in a very long time.
Yeah.
Not to mention, we clean up after ourselves. We look out for each other. In fact, when one of our convoy members break down, we have volunteer mechanics within our convoy that are pulling off to help them get up, back up onto the road and get moving. We've hired / have volunteer pilot cars with signs that say convoy ahead or convoy follows. We're doing everything we can to limit the impact of the American people's commute to and from work. We're doing everything we can to respect our local communities. Everything we can do.
So did you guys discuss next steps?
We still have the First Amendment right
let me answer.
to exercise where we stand and what we want. Feverish around the Beltway, you have no idea, man. You have no idea.
And that kind of communication.
What's your message media who are vilifying and seeking to vilify?
I want him to go ahead and finish his statement.
No, to answer your question,
What's the next step?
they've been completely peaceful. They've been protesting as true Americans fighting for their freedom should. Very reminds me of the Tea Party movement, where you'd have Tea Party rallies and there's no garbage left over. I mean, they are being very respectful. There's no reason for us to give them advice. We're just here listening to them, hearing their stories, giving them a forum so you can ask them questions and they can tell you. There's no need for advice.
The Biden
What is your message to members of the corporate media who are openly looking to vilify members of the trucker convoy and others who are standing against the vaccine mandates, who just want to make decisions about their own body? They're getting fired in the middle of an economy where everything is going up and getting more expensive. You got inflation going up, gas prices are skyrocketing. What's your message to the corporate media?
Well, that's like really extensive message, so I'm going to try to shorten it. The corporate media, or mainstream, or whatever you want to title it, has basically refused to cover it unless they're trying to find a way to take it down. None of them have showed up on the ground in Hagerstown. None of them have been there to actually see the community that is developing, the peace, the love, the left side of the aisle, the right side of the aisle that are coming together. They have chosen to be negative. They have chosen to try to divide. It is them that have divided this country. They continue it. And the American people have had enough, and that shows by the millions of Americans that have stood along the highways and across the overpasses from Adelanto, California to Hagerstown, Maryland.
Yeah.
They're out of touch with who the American people are, and many of the politicians that refuse to understand where we're coming from or don't want to meet with us, the corporations, the CEOs, the white collars that don't want to listen to their employees, they are out of touch.
And journalists.
They are out of touch with who Americans really are.
Exactly.
They're catering to these conglomerates. It is time to listen to the people. It is time that the government is reminded that they work for us.
Right.
And that it goes on a global scale, around the world. It's time that a new renaissance period is ushered in. A renaissance of freedom. I encourage every truck driver around the world right now, stand up.
That's it.
The people around the world, stand up. This isn't just an American issue. This is a global issue. This isn't a right issue or a left issue. This is an issue of the people. It's time that the people are heard. It's time that the people stand up. It's just time. I don't know how much more we can say about it, how much clearer we can make it. I don't care how long you've been in office. I don't care what your background is. I don't care if you're extreme left or extreme right. This is still for you. You should be a part of this.
Amen.
Take the hate away. You can go back to hating each other when it's all over and we get on the other side of this. But restore our freedoms.
and abide by this.
The Biden administration announced that it's going to be stopping oil imports from Russia. So that means the price of gas and diesel is going to skyrocket more than it ever has. So on a logistical level, is this going to start causing an expense, a problem for you guys as you're driving every day and people have to drive all the way back across the country?
It shouldn't. I'm from the oil fields. We have plenty of oil down there. We were independent. We did not have to buy oil from anybody years ago.
Biden's not going to increase production here, but he's going to blame the truckers. Is that what
That
you're saying?
changed on day one of this administration.
Hey, can I ask you a question, please? Excuse me, I'm tired of this. I'm so tired. Sir, quick question. You have a thing on it that says press. You know, this right here covers it, right? Our founding fathers, you have the freedom to believe what you want to believe. Okay? I'm not questioning your job. No, listen to me. Please listen.
When does it end?
Listen. I'm not questioning your job, what you think, what you feel. But it boils my blood when the American people out there, I gave a lady my jacket the other day because she was standing outside in cold while she was locked out of her car. We're out there fighting for each other's lives every single day. You have the goddamn freedom to believe what you want to believe. The freedom of press, the freedom of religion. We're not questioning you. All I gotta just say is just give the American people a goddamn chance. Excuse my French to all the women in here. I'm so sorry, but that just, I'm so sorry.
You keep saying what's next.
Yeah.
We are here until we end this menagerie of mandates and not laws. We are a country of, please, let me finish. You spoke, I'm speaking.
Yeah, sure.
We are a country of laws, not mandates. Mandates are something that come in a smoke-filled room with your mafiosos sitting in there saying, this is what we are going to do. And when you guys wake up and deliver that message to the people and stop, that's the next steps.
Well, we should wrap up soon, but let me give these guys a chance to, if either of y'all want to share anything. Go ahead.
That sounded pretty aggressive here.
Sorry.
As you can tell, this is
It's a lot of passion.
coming out of passion and
It's
love
just
for
passion.
our country. This is coming out of the feelings that we felt rolling out of Adelanto all the way here. And there's convoys that came from other directions to join up with us as well. This is how passionate we feel about it. This is how it's affecting us individuals. This is how it's affecting our communities, our loved ones back home while we're on the road working. It's not an attack at you personally, sir.
No.
It's just that
And I
it has been an
apologize.
ongoing trend.
I was out
Of
there,
the-
I get it.
And I understand, and we respect that you have a job to do. I think many of the people that have been embedded with us know exactly where I stand with the media and how I feel. I respect you as a human being. I respect you as an individual, and I respect that you have a job to do. But it's also your responsibility as the press to report fairly and accurately and to get the full picture and understand before you put it out. I'm not saying that you as an individual are doing that, but the media around the country have been sowing dissent and divide on all topics, on all issues for many, many years now. And it's time that we get back to reality.
Yes.
And as though some people might have started directing at you.
Sorry.
And I
There is no
apologize.
disrespect meant towards you as an individual.
When does
it end?
I think this is a good time to wrap it up here. I think you heard the passion here. I think you heard what they're fighting for, and it's very simple. They're fighting for freedom, and they're going to continue to fight because a lot of them have served this country, as millions have. We're fighting for freedom. That's what this is all about. So thank you for attending. God bless all of you for your efforts.
Hey, Brian. You and everyone else here, what were you really hoping would come out of today, and do you feel like you've accomplished it?
I got what I was hoping for. I got 2 respectable members of the Senate here, and I got all the media to come in this room and start covering it.
Amen.
That's a win for me. That's a win for the People's Convoy. Later today, we have more meetings, and tomorrow's a new day, and the convoy's going to keep rolling around that beltway until we achieve what our goals are.
Thank you for standing up for independent media. Thank you.
B-R-A-S-E.
Everybody to head out, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, and it's.
Yeah.
It's about laws now.
Yeah, we've been down there as well.
Right here.
Sorry, Brian. How do you spell your name?
Yeah. You got it.
Doing well, thank you so much.
I suspect that the administration is going to try to wait. Like, that's not what we were trying to ask. They just say, surplus on
Is Laura
here? They could. I mean, I wouldn't recommend.
Hello, Senators. Thank you for all you do. Thank Canada. We brought the Canadian convoy from the west to the east and the old troops and then with the ugly suits that came after us.
Right here? Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. I want to get with both sides.
Yeah, I'm glad you made it. It's really important. What's that? No, you ended up being soft-spoken, which is probably okay too.
So we're following. The traffic is already messed up around that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
So is your wife Paul?
Yes.
Supriya
is sent across.
I would like to. Yeah, I can.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do everything in my power.
On the people as much as possible.
Thank you from Canada.
Yes,
for, meeting
I do.
with us.
I think at least the groundwork is now finally starting to be laid to progress in the right direction. We're actively seeking donations to thepeoplesconvoy.org to help fund that. But as of right now, the fuel costs are not a concern. Our fuel consumption is really not all that bad, even though you reported a 6 mile per gallon dollar amount the other day. Wasn't that you that did that?
I don't think. I think I was.
It was you. I recognize the name.
I don't think so.
It was you. I could pull it up on my phone if you want me to show the post.
Sure, go for it. I think it was 4.30 a gallon or something like that.
Oh well, no, 6 miles to the gallon is what.
Yeah,
I said.
that's what the average.
But it was you that wrote the article.
That's what the average.
Right, but it was you that
right?
wrote the article.
Speaking of mileage,
It depends on whether they're bobtail with
Right.
trailer or they're empty. Even the trailer empty can get excellent fuel mileage.
But that is the rough fuel.
6 miles to the gallon. 6 miles to the gallon is usually at 80,000 pounds. None of those vehicles are 80,000 pounds right now. So your average is going to be up there a little bit.
How far have you driven, would you say?
Total?
Yeah, well, in the convoy.
Oh, well, Adelanto, California to Hagerstown, plus side stops for bridge rallies and other towns that wanted us in. I'd say we're probably pushing near 4,000 miles by now, at least.
Where are you from? Southern California, I said?
No. I'm actually originally from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, but now I live in Northwest Ohio.
Okay, but you did start in California.
Yep, started in California, absolutely.
What was your inspiration? How did you happen to get involved in the movement? What was the genesis of the trucker convoy?
Well, honestly, I was surprised that the Canadians did it first. That was really a thing. So the Canadians are the biggest inspiration behind it. The other thing is that there was
there was already people starting to plan a convoy. And me personally, this is just not the People's Convoy. This is Brian Brazzi. Personally, I wanted to be a part of it. I just wanted to be a participant. I didn't want to be a co-organizer out of the beginning of it. But I just ended up becoming very passionate about it, and I found a group of people that were very passionate about it, that seemed equally, passionate. And with that core group of people, we got over 30 co-organizers. I just happen to be the one that's out here doing a bunch of talking.
Do you feel like you've struck a nerve with the American people in terms of your message and what you're doing?
Thank you for standing up.
Clarify, struck a nerve. What do you mean by that?
Well, people reached out. Have you been surprised with the support or the reaction of people, everyday people who maybe have contacted you, maybe have joined the convoy, have been on the bridges? Do you feel that you've struck a nerve with this movement of the convoy?
Yeah, absolutely. I never expected to see tens of thousands at first. Well, actually, Adelanto, California, I never expected to see hundreds of people there. I never expected to see thousands of people by the time we got to the Arizona border, and I definitely didn't expect to see tens of thousands by the time we hit New Mexico. We stayed at the Navajo Nation. The vice president of the Navajo Nation came down and spoke. From the time he spoke and the convoy started, by the time we hit Amarillo, we had hundreds of thousands of people on the side of the road, and from that moment on, the numbers have climbed to millions of people lining the highways and the overpasses all the way across. And then all the other convoys that have came in to join in with us have all reported the exact same thing. When we were first starting this, honestly, me and another co-organizer were thinking, you know what, let's just put some flags on our trucks. I'll go up to Sacramento, he'll go down to Barstow, and we'll just live stream it and start plugging east. Because I think everybody feels the same way. We're all had enough of the division. We've all had enough of these mandates. I think the American people and people all around the world just want to get back to work. They want to get back to their normal lives. And I think that the further this goes on, the more that they're seeing that the science isn't backing up what they're being told by their politicians and the CDC and the WHO.
So how many people do you estimate you have right now in Hagerstown?
Right now in Hagerstown, man, that's a tough one. I would say we're probably we're well over 10,000 for sure. As far as vehicle count, that might be a little different. I would say we're probably closer to 1,000 to 2,000 vehicles, somewhere in that ballpark. Hopefully, by the time I get back, we have an official count. But the people, there are campers with families in it that are homeschooling so that they can be a part of this. There are people there's a guy yesterday, he quit his job and sold off his 401k to be a part of this. That's just one of the many stories. I mean, yeah, people are coming from everywhere. A guy flew in from Hawaii to be a part of this, and met us in Adelanto and went all the way. Another guy with absolutely no money has done everything he can to ride his motorcycle from Adelanto, California, all the way here. He sleeps on his motorcycle in inclement weather with a tarp over him. I mean, people are coming from all over the place, and I don't know why. I mean, I know why I'm doing it. All I can say is they must be doing it for the same reasons. I'm doing it for my kids. I'm doing it for future generations.
In that vein, I guess my only question is I was out there Friday and Saturday, and people seemingly suggested that this could potentially end at the end of this week. I know there was one trucker that told the Daily Beast that they only had they were losing like 50,000 a week, right? In terms of invoices. So when does this? Are there any ideas? What's next steps? Because I know
you want to know what's next, or when does this end, or what ends it, right?
Because critics also say, okay, you guys aren't right wing fellow conservative activists, right wing activists that argue, you know what, you guys aren't actually doing anything because you're just kind of hanging out, having a beer party in Hagerstown, right? You've heard that criticism.
Yeah, I've heard them call it a glorified tailgate.
Exactly. So how do you respond to that charge, and what's the deal? Right?
Well, I would say every single day these trucks are. I'd say every single day these trucks are stepping out to show the world that we're still here and that we're growing. Every day that convoy is getting bigger. And we're actually disrupting the Beltway less by taking up 2 lanes, believe it or not, because our lead truck on that first day met up with the very last truck. That's 64 miles in length when we were going like that. Now that we're running it the way we are, the convoy's a little more compact and they're tighter, and we're not actually interfering so much. People are getting on and off the interstate just fine. time.
Fair enough.
As far
My
as
question-
getting to the rest of your
Yeah.
question, as far as getting to the rest of your question, this is a process that we are hoping to do diplomatically. We're in it for the long haul.
Meaning, you guys think you could go?
We could go indefinitely right now if that's what it takes. We're not going away. What I would say is that over time, you would see a progression to making a bigger and bigger and bigger
And
statement.
hanging out in
like rally
Hagerstown.
calls. No. Hagerstown will only be so long. Then we'll move closer.
Okay, so.
But I'm not
okay.
going to give you those details until I need to give you those
Okay,
details.
so the goal would be to potentially move to the other speedway closer to town, or
Who said anything about another speedway?
Well, I know there was another venue that.
Yeah,
some
they
truckers
left
were
that
talking
speedway
about, right?
to join the People's Convoy.
Okay, I didn't know that. Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so not sure on the timeline.
We're good.
He's not paying attention.
I know
no,
you're.
I-
Would I be able to grab your number? Because I would love to talk to the guy who.
She is handling the media for now on.
Well, I don't know his name, but the guy you said who
You
was
say
like,
you've been out there, but you apparently haven't been paying attention.
Not retired.
I think he did a lot better
I mean,
job
he's
of
there.
it.
I can find
You
him,
actually
but-
paid
I
attention.
just realized I know, but I can give you my number.
Maybe
grab
tell the
yours.
truth. It's easier to tell the truth.
Okay, yeah. So I guess
I get where you're going, and I know that you got a job to do.
So I
What
was,
I
I was
would
out
say
there,
is-
and I talked with all the truckers, right? And I've been covering this pretty intently, right? So I'm just trying to understand. I think a lot of people, like hundreds of thousands of people live in the Beltway, right? People want to know what's going on and what the details are of this whole thing.
Having a lack of national media coverage has been hindering our message and getting
I am
it out.
national media.
Can I see?
Yeah, sure. You can go for it.
Daily Beast.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
just my
what
Metro
news
card.
channel are you? Are you like, is it like, do I turn on channel 9 or do I turn on 243 on DirecTV?
Yeah,
like,
so you're
what
looking-
channel?
you're-
what
you're-
channel do
so
I
you're
turn
looking for-
to
you're
see
looking
your
for cable-
national media?
you're looking
yeah,
for cable
yeah,
news. Fair
what
enough.
most Americans
Okay.
are watching
Okay.
when they're sitting there eating their dinner, or when they're spending family time, or late night before they go to bed, they want to catch up on current events. I mean, that's what I'm talking about when I say national media. I'm not trying to discredit
Sure, no, I get
your
that. I get that,
service.
but-
I'm saying we haven't been on television
So you think-
until now.
you
We
think
haven't
until-
been.
I get what
So
you're saying.
my hope is.
Sure.
This is my hope, is that we never have to progress to make a bigger and bigger statement. My
Okay.
hope is that through
So
having what we had today.
do you think you guys go till
having-
Saturday in
there's
Hagerstown?
There's no
There's
end
no
date.
end date.
There's no end date. The end date is based upon the driver's sentiment.
Okay.
And our moves throughout the congressional process.
So just keep going.
Lidditz,
Got it.
Pennsylvania originally. I now reside in Northwest Ohio.
So you don't have any more questions?
And we know.
Amazing work you're doing.
The truckers are correct. The mandates must be lifted, particularly the emergency declarations that underpin the COVID pandemic is done. Omicron shows us that. So at this point, keeping the mandates in place.
We have another meeting, I believe.
Whereabouts?
Is the cafeteria? Oh, we're in the Capitol building anyways. I forgot where we are.
So yeah, we were thinking about walking you guys back over to where we
We
started.
could go down into the cafeteria area. Is that all secure nowadays where you can't get food?
Everybody caught it.
Hey, it's okay. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. No worries, no hard feelings. Hey,
good.
safe travels out there, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, stay safe.
I'm gonna get rid of those.
I'm gonna follow. I used to be here every month for 2 years straight talking to. I will say it's the first time we ever had a meeting in the Capitol building. This guy will tell you there ain't much plaid guys coming around with cowboy boots. Well, that's probably the Cattlemen's Association gets in all the time. I'm sure.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for your service. Appreciate you. Thank you for your service. I know you all get to Thank you. Yeah, I mean it's.
And then if I had a phone.
I thrive better in opposition. I thrive better in opposition. That's why I really want to
How to handle this situation.
Huh?
Hopefully it won't be too
Going
bad.
down the switch.
Thank you for staying up.
It was like I couldn't find the switch and turn it on.
What state are you from? I'm from LA. I live in Texas, yeah. You're at Calgary? And you've been on the Convoy since when?
It's fine.
Thank you for standing up for independent media.
Hopefully everybody caught what was going on with the press in there. It was an incredible. I feel extremely grateful that I was able to stay in and watch. I had to fight a little bit to stay in. They wanted to kick all the press out, and the People's Convoy wanted to have the live stream occur, and that was part of the agreement, is what Brian was saying early on. So I feel very fortunate that I was able to be in there and cover that for you guys. We'll do a wrap up here in a little bit.
You know, none of them or
Richard, you're not getting away with
the thing
that.
is, we're all in this together. The media is there to respect us just as much as we're in this respect. They have a job to do, and I respect that they have a job to do. And even really, it's not. I really don't. It doesn't bother.
Go ahead.
It doesn't bother me when they do that or when they ask questions like that, because they have a job to do. They also have their own personal feelings. But that's one thing that I would say about today's society with our media is that their level of yes.
So I haven't gotten confirmation for sure, but I believe we're going to yet another meeting. We're going to see what that is. It may not be for a little bit. We will find out. We will find out. Work that out. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you.
I love the independent media. As a human being, I respect you. And I know that you got a job. There's no.
You guys have any other plans for tonight?
Yeah, we have other meetings.
Okay.
We're meeting with some House members. Yeah, I think they're going to drop it these days.
Yes. No, I heard you. I heard you. Do you know what?
No, we have other meetings, so we're sticking around. I'm going to go try to find some food.
Do you know what House members you're talking to today?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to be put out to our meeting. They'll release it.
Irish place to eat, not far we can walk.
Where? The Dubliners and Irish place? Yeah, like oh, that gets them outside too. Those guys will go out there. You know what's actually a really good place to eat that I haven't been to in like 2 years? But it was called the Alibi.
I was going to ask, where's your area? What do you drive?
Public transportation.
Well, I have a one-ton truck.
It's right next to it. It's a little alley. Oh, dude. I'm from here. The best bangers and mash. I'm sure you're at that alley. Oh, all right.
So I've got a couple. We used to stand with you since day one, Brian.
I'm not Dublin, you can walk to from here. I'm not on Telegram.
I love
amazing.
You did a great job today. Any profile you see of mine on Telegram is a fake. It is not mine. I have nothing to do with Telegram, and I never will. Yeah, I don't blame you. You still live streaming?
Still live streaming.
How did that go?
Fantastic.
Are there drivers or People's Convoy watching this
Everybody.
one? Is this where it's at?
It's been busy.
Is which one was the one that was being shared for our? But the YouTube one is that's what the okay, awesome.
That's what most people watch.
I hope the People's Convoy. I hope we represented them the best we could today. At least the first. Because this is about them. This is about the people and critiques at that time, you know. So just hope that we represented. We hope. I hope so.
From what I saw, awesome.
Oh, did you beat the mandates earlier?
So you've been with us since day one? Oh, did you be on the police? Wow.
So we're just headed back.
Oh, that's smart. Are you from LA?
I was in my 20s. Back when media was decent.
Just pray that the meetings that we just had and the HR that we just had, there's somewhere for you more than anything. Oh. Good job, guys. Probably good. Good job. No question.
You have a question? Did you guys say you're going to the health side? Like right now? No, it's this afternoon. You have to contact. Can you give him the email address?
Do you have a card?
Hi. Hi. I'm not staying here.
Yeah, Chris, do you want to meet Richard? This is who I really work with.
Oh, yeah?
The whole time you think I'm
Don't
just a
worry.
creepy, weird person, I work for Richard. This guy knows his story though. A lot. He's gonna go
There's the truckers.
Truckers here to go get something to eat, and they're saying they're meeting, I guess, with some House representatives earlier. I haven't got any intel on that, so I don't know if I'm invited to that or not, but we were just headed down the tram here. Some normies, or whatever you call these people, are still wearing masks. Here's all the flags. So it is so 1 o'clock, I really have no idea. We're just headed back. To get back above ground where I prefer to be.
Really noise sounds coming out of that thing. Yeah. It is. Thank you.
I think it's 2. Or 2 stop, yeah, the second stop.
So many young rookie cops.
Because they all got fired or lost their job because they wouldn't vaccinate.
Quit, yeah.
It's obvious.
Yeah, they've been riding with it. They've been keeping pace up there, getting off, getting on. Yeah, just keeping track. I got markings calling me and everything, so I had to get off CB real quick. They making sure that we staying on track. They keep an eye out in case some trucks want to get off and go local, you know? Sure. You know, we got that lane or something. Get off. Yeah, so we hit that bridge at the bottom.
Oh yeah. We're
At that moment, I didn't see Dr. That's all. They didn't No, they just. I was just trying to show like a. We're going outside. Come on, we're gonna go walk somewhere. Who else I know? We gotta get him on that plane. Like we gotta get him a car to show.
L2 Survive. As far as the higher fuel prices, I don't know if you recall 9/11. I mean, I know you recall 9/11, but what happened afterwards with the prices? This isn't our first rodeo, so unfortunately, you know, we have ways of covering that cost, but it trickles down to the consumer, and that's where, you know, that's where the buck ends with you guys when you go to the store and you see that, you know, $1 pack of ramen is now $2.50. You know, I mean, it sucks, but that's exactly how it works. What site did you read that on? You're doing great. Hey, Carolyn, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you guys enjoy the channel. It's all I wanted to accomplish. Get ready to fuel the guppo. Yeah, well, wouldn't doubt that at all. Yeah, fuel is a big one. Trust me, that is something that we're hoping to address. Hey, Zippy, I wish you the best, and I hope you have a wide open Visa card. Two birds. Did you just go down the slippy slide or something there, Sweet Pea? Oh, it's my pleasure to represent you all, man. It's truly my honor. I think I need to get over. Shizzy Winkles. Okay. Cool, they're gonna let me over. That's awesome.
Law, and same as Canada, a minimum speed. Now, unless you were broken down or something, that's a different story. But an entire convoy going slow, no. So I think that's what they're. I think the minimum is what they say, 50 or something. The minimum is 50 or something like that. Can't remember what they said was the minimum, but whatever that was, they're doing the minimum, or at least told or suggested that they should do the minimum speed limit.
I think after a day of making a loop, it's like your average speed's only like 40 miles an hour anyway.
Yeah, that's true, especially in traffic too. Like we're not really moving now. So. And at this rate too, like you said, we're gonna eventually catch up to everybody. Yep. Yeah, no doubt. Fed up. Ah, God, that's a good one, Danielle Sweeney. Oh my God. FedEx and UPS should join.
Were we down for a moment, or just in my ear?
Richard.
Yes, sir.
You don't like that right now? I think you're kind of the local guy when it comes to food.
Yeah, maybe a double is probably the closest place.
No, you do.
No, I'm not
I gotcha.
Yeah, of course.
Going now? Right now we're doing 57 miles. 50. We're playing catch up right now, I think. You guys keep her side by side, they won't weave in and out of us. It's gonna happen, just be careful. Stay with the program. Just get us this convoy so we can get it in. You got from lane 3, go to lane 1, right to lane 2, side by side. Tuck those, tuck. Yeah. Get there. We're a colorful tribe. Where are we going, folks? Well, right now we're going around the Beltway. Man, I'm seeing a lot of good-looking trucks here around here. We can do this. You on high, you alright? Whoa. Up in here? Well, he maybe broke down 2 other trucks and stopped and helped. People just understand what's going on. They got it. No fucking sense. They'll find out tonight on the news. Here, we don't even look spread out. Yeah, I'll just quit being negative. Believe me, darling, we look like it. What would be a crying shame if all these trucks would be rated to 5 miles an hour doing this? Damn government regulations, you know. I don't want to cross the drawbridge tomorrow. Man, I've been waiting on this 4-wheeler to get out of this left lane, but I make a
about waiting out?
Lane 2, guys. Lane 2. I'm going lane 3. Jake, you take lane 2 or I'll wait for you.
We are almost to the top of the east side of Washington. We're about to curve, start heading over the county. Just along Boulevard, that way. I got no, I have. You didn't show up. It was you. Right here. Thought he was coming over to you guys. I got a passenger. They're actually filming stuff. No, you weren't leaving. When I get back, I'll look and see if this truck is still there. Right now, it's probably a solid hour and a half, 2 hours to get back. Alright, I'll take a look and see if it's there. Okay. Wow. Alright, we'll talk to you later. Safe. Cab over. If you're talking to that blue Pro Star in front of you, I apologize. I got this live streaming going and I kind of turned my radio down. Turn it higher. I got a live streamer in here and he wants it cranked up.
What do you like tomorrow?
That'll be interesting. Yes. That'll create a whole bunch of hatred and discontent. So they want to go 3 wide tomorrow. Well, that's what that fellow was there to say. I don't know for sure. We'll know either tonight or tomorrow morning at the meeting. Imagine going 4 wide. We can't. Can't because of this. We can't be. Technically, we're not supposed to be in that front. Does this radio sound like a big radio? That radio sounds beautiful. It's crystal clear. Thank you. I don't have much of a talk back. It's really hard to tell. It is doing a fine job. I'm just a but every once in a while somebody will come back and say, oh, you're all garbled up, or I can't understand you, then you can start testing.
I always hate the LHAs too, but I couldn't get mine fixed because they were backed up a year. The guy at the CB shop recommended this thing. Sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, driver, it's real good. Come on, it's real. And how's my team mic sound? Doing the job. Not back noise. 10-4. Come on.
Kid with a new toy. I told you, don't give me control of the horse.
Checking to see if my radio's good for tonight when everybody starts talking trash. Come on.
That's been happening during the nighttime? About what time that happens?
Oh, it's almost continuous.
All night?
As soon as we get parked, the radio will turn on.
Hit it some more?
It's all good in the hood.
It's all good in the neighborhood.
Okay, we should be looking at 495 west now. We are northeast of Washington, D.C. right now. And we are heading in a westerly direction. 86 miles to go until we return to Hagerstown.
86.
We're in the last quarter of the circle coming around the top of
1 mile. Keep left on I-495.
Where's he pissed off?
See how they do crazy little shifts like that? That's what causes it.
Watch out for the tow truck coming up in the bucket breakdown lane.
Any of them 3 left lanes.
That silver van has cut off a couple trucks. I'm keeping an eye on them.
Silver van with the orange tags.
Yeah, that's it.
He's right in front of me.
Yeah, A377471 it looks like.
10-4, you got it.
Hard brake money, just call it in. Have somebody pull them over and straighten them out. Hey, ran back here.
Continue on I-495.
I think he's just being a typical DC driver. They're all idiots.
Yeah, I just noticed he got over in the right lane and he's taking off. I just think he's a non-driver.
My passenger's from California says, this is like LA out here.
LA's got better weather, come on.
10-4 on the better weather for sure.
Gotta get back to single file here, right? In the middle lane. Man, there's some badass trucks out here with us today. How did I not see all these trucks?
I don't know, but it's a beautiful sight looking out of my driver's side mirror down there, and everybody is dressed right, dressed and covered down from where I can see it come out.
Listening to that Bogina show, a little bit of it, they did a spot talking about the trucks, and Braves was on there talking and blah, blah.
Does Doug have a name for the truck? Not yet.
I'd like it the Beltway Bandit.
The Beltway Bandit? He's liking the Beltway Bandit.
Seems like we're doing pretty good right here.
This fella's YouTube viewers just named my truck the Beltway Bandit.
That 3 times fast. Beltway Bandit.
Sleepy Joe got his ears on yet? We also still hiding in the basement. He's too dumb to even listen to you. He can't hear that horn from that white Peterbilt.
Well, you know, back in the day with old Corn Pop there, he was driving a truck, you know. Yeah, man, I'm sure he's a teamster. Come on. Union job. Good union job. Yeah, Corn Pop was a bad dude. He was a big trucker, and I drove with him. Sorry, one of the guys from there, John. I told Corn Pop I would fight him because I carried a chain, but not because he was black or anything. Biden's a racist motherfucker, too. He was a mean Biden's a racist motherfucker. They complain about Trump. Trump was not. At least not outwardly. If you look back, some of the statements that Biden has made publicly. Somebody came up to me and said, I'm going to kick your ass. My name's Corn Pop. I'd probably bust up laughing. I'd have to say, come on with your bad self, Corn Pop. How do you even get a nickname like Corn Pop? Somebody popped his lights out in the cornfield, I'm thinking. I'm thinking he likes the cereal Corn Pops. I'm gonna come up here to Hammer Lane. We got some videos that they're trying to get for OAN. The world according to Sleepy Joe. We want everybody to have. Now we're getting footage, video footage for OAN for the trucks. Oh yeah. Man, all I know, I hope somebody makes about a week-long DVD of this. I don't know where they get the footage at. Oreo Express coming up to Hammerley. What mile marker? Oh, mile markers, yeah.
I've been streaming 13 hours a day. There's plenty of footage. A week long.
You know, there's some pretty good footage on traffic cams for the Oatley. I was checking them out a little bit ago. Pretty good of us.
All the footage that's been taken of this, I think it'd take you a year to watch it all. Maybe the NSA will post the highlights. Come on.
Henry the NSA.
Head flying the NSA, brother. We ride to DC. That's Michael Lynch. Hey, that's sad.
you something, guys. This ride's relaxing. The seats are comfortable. It's making me want to take a nap.
Yeah, and you don't have to multitask quite so much and drive and talk.
No. Miles more of the Beltway, so they have gone a little bit over 3/4 of the way.
Yeah, 1 lap for sure. I got a cold yellow going on here.
Yeah, me too.
10-100? I got a 10-300, whatever.
That must be both at the same time. There's that funky looking.
Oh, there's the cabin house.
Yeah. Well, they must be. It must have finally gotten all tightened up. That's what it is. We finally caught. Took us 64 miles to catch up to them. Might need a gallon jug.
Shouldn't be drinking nothing this whole time we leave.
Oh, that was my mistake. 2 cups of coffee before I left and 3 bottles of water.
There you go. I drank a half a bottle of vitamin water since I left. You should have brought 2 of them bottles with you before I left.
And they wonder why truck drivers are dehydrated all the time.
I only had a few sips of water on the trip so far, and that was only to wash the peanut butter and jelly sandwich down.
Yeah, but I drank this morning. I like coffee. To make it fast and making you have to go pee.
Just got a little love from the Sunshine State.
10-4, that little SUV, the white one.
10-4.
Speedway, I think we're going to have the media show up. I think we're going to get what we want. I think they're truthfully a little bit scared to show up there. I think they've been convinced it's a bunch of, white supremacists.
Yeah, I'm a white supremacist with a Hispanic guy in my passenger seat, running around with another crew called the Oreo Express. I mean, come on.
Hell, dude, just under 41.7% of truck drivers are minorities. We are the worst racists ever.
Yeah, that's why minority
vegan.
Good portion of our industry is minorities. That's fine.
Vegan.
cheer for the ladies. Thank you for everything you do. Whether you work at home, watching the kids, nurse, teacher, you're out here driving a big truck. Thank you, ladies.
What's the name of the restaurant tonight where we're gonna go at? It's named...
We did 2 laps the other day and I thought I was going to die at a second lap. When you're normally driving, you can pull into the rest areas and you're stopping on the back, run in, run back up, and back down the road. Pull out of the convoy, you lose
What's the name of the restaurant for tonight's dinner? The Speedway Restaurant. This was National Women's Day?
That's what they said. One and done, over. That was the assignment.
It's International Women's Day. This is for the International Women's Day. Here we go. Shout out to my wife. That didn't sound too good. I'm a professional horn blower now.
That is a sweet ride. I do not love that truck.
That's awesome.
That is sweet. You gotta give your viewers a shot.
I did. Take them the other day.
Okay, they see it. That is awesome. There's a lot of fucking glass work to the outside of that thing. That is so cool. We're going to cause a bunch of traffic and the public's going to turn against us. that stuff he's got, that flag he's got on that flag.
We got about 9 miles to 270 north. Airport.
You all have American flags on there.
Join the procession. We'll stop. Absolutely, man. I'm gonna follow the mission until I see different. If I see a procession for a fallen officer, I will pull over. Stay it all together. I hope y'all agree with that, and I've kept everybody together today. I was told it was this morning anyway. Around here. This guy on the radio saying he's kept everybody together today. We're gonna make a statement. Yeah, we won't state his name. She's gonna show
But the years.
I think the dude is keeps wanting 2 laps and saying he's a security guy. He's a moron.
He's a moron.
He wanted me and Lowry to get on the other side of my train horns there. He's on my
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the wild world of trucking.
They're on the passenger side underneath the hood.
On this commentary, what is going on?
Brand are they? You guys do it. How big of a brand are they? They're Trevor train horns. I think Leslie's truck with the stop. Yeah, man. That's a good one.
What's the CB handle? The moron.
I put them on there. I can't remember if Leslie's or the other ones. I can't remember. They're loud.
I told you you wouldn't be bored today. I told you you wouldn't be bored today. These motherfuckers aren't cheap, I'll tell you that. Now, I got pretty sure I'm fine in the side bush. I'll show you guys what some $1,500 ones look like. Nothing to see here. Move along. Nothing to see. Nah, just some fringe minority disgruntled truckers. Just a few of them.
Yeah, it's just one out.
Well, that's a sharp looking record they just pulled out here. That's pretty. I might have to slow down a little bit to gawk. That right there's about $1 million wreck.
What's that building up there?
That is Mormon Temple.
News donkey rides, news dog, on lap back to base. Sasnak, you got a copy? If you got people trying to infiltrate, that's all. I don't care. We are out there for one day.
My kid was I mean, we're 5 hours almost.
Or what?
We've been at this almost 5 hours.
Yeah.
We sat there for almost an hour, so we're 4 hours actually into it. We're driving.
I'm 5 hours, 38 minutes into the stream. Magic monkey.
I completely understand. I'm with you there. I feel the same way. Thought we were going to have them, and hell, we kept getting stopped. Like, that's not right, but definitely not right when they're getting ready to lay a fellow friend and co-worker to rest. Everything we say the reason they prepare this week is because they got respect and more into time. Protesting, it ain't protesting, but it is good. Where were they at yesterday? Where were they at Sunday? Or where were they at Saturday night? Exactly. It is history. Let's be part of it. Only hope that even we are. Look, all them other dates, but don't forget we got brothers just joined us last night. So. It's the best way to handle it. I've seen a couple sisters in there too, Bruce. That's what I said. Some brothers and sisters just joined us last night, so let's don't go past there with you, because not everybody was with us then, but they're with us now.
One lap, guys. One lap, not two. One lap. not so hard to follow directions.
Our lead truck will make that decision for us. He does.
Yes, Miss Dahl, we're riding with for truckers today. We're doing the ride along. Thank you so much for that super chat.
to I-270 North. Either of the two right lanes.
Robert, thank you so much for that dinner scene. Vision, thank you so much. Super chat. So right now, guys, there's not a decision made. A lot of truckers are going back to the speedway. The other half did a second lap.
Majority are going back.
So the convoy pretty much split here.
We didn't lose much in the front. I think we lost some in the front. You can only drive these trucks so long, you gotta stop.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 1 mile, keep left to I-270 HOV lane.
If we do run into that fuel procession, please, please, please pull over and go to the front corner of your truck and stand there and give them some respect. Roger that.
Be in the left lane. In 1.5 miles, keep left to I-270 Express. In 1 mile, keep left to I-270 Express. Be in the second lane from the left. Continue on I-270.
For those of you just joining, we are riding around with Doug today. He invited us for a ride along.
We know someone that's doing it. My lady just texted her and she said they're doing another lap way up front.
This one. NBC News. NBC News.
Oh, okay. That chopper up over our head, that's NBC News.
NBC 10.
NBC 10 to be exact.
They even show you the picture of the chopper.
Yeah.
Launched 18 minutes ago. One more time.
Right there in the front, it's really huge. Let them know we're in town. Today was chaotic the last 3 miles.
The professional blow.
What's that?
A professional horn blower. That does not sound right.
No, it don't.
Two laps, 1 lap, 2 laps, 1 lap, 1 lap, 2 laps. Ten 100? Yes, 10 100.
Coat yellow.
Coat yellow. Code yellow. And cold breakfast too. I'm hungry.
They had a good breakfast this morning. Bacon, sausage, and eggs.
They had good breakfast too? At the place?
Behind the super sleeper with the back door, you got it on. Well, that's like a little 6-wheeler. I don't know if he does or not. Probably not. We're going to go north on 81 to go to the Lowe's. I just wanted to let him know.
Yeah, I forgot to have breakfast this morning again. Second time this trip.
Welcome to trucking.
I knew I was forgetting something this morning.
I am going to stop at the pilot at the truck stop and run it one of the bathrooms.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're tough.
They go, come on the interstate going 0 miles an hour. Brain dead. Oh my God.
Brain dead. I gotta keep some snacks in the vehicle. I really don't like. I like the desserts though. Me and Doug are gonna go have a great steak dinner.
I'm down. I won't turn down a piece of beef.
Tough walk, but we'll be working appetite a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll work appetite.
I haven't walked up on bridges all night, man, down there in Louisiana, the scariest damn thing in the world.
$650 drone in the box too.
Really? Ouch. Is Sasnak going to help you with that?
No, what's his name? I got a couple of time is what I need. Yesterday I spent all afternoon doing homework.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Put your CDL and drive truck. It's a hell of a career.
No.
Drive a truck, see the world, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
They said what's the key word there?
I love it. I really enjoy what I'm doing. And I do get to see the country. But there's people that get into the company jobs and it's a grind. Because the dispatchers will beat you to death. I dispatch myself. So if I don't feel like running that, I don't get alone.
Come back
set them up with a stage on a drop deck.
Comedian, right? He's a comedian, right?
Thank you, Ms. Daw, for that. Ms. Daw, thank you so much for that Venmo. Guess we're not on the convoy no more. We are following the convoy. The convoy split up. There was a big confusion a couple of miles prior to reach the 270, and about half the truckers, or more than half of the truckers, are heading back to the Hagerstown Speedway. There are some other truckers who continue to the second lap. These truckers here are just following directions that was given out this morning to do one lap.
We were given very specific direction for one lap, so that's what we're doing. Chicken coop is closed.
Hey, just a real quick one there. Somebody's telling me last night that one of your trucks was on
how many laps today. Instructions in the meeting was 1 lap. You have a lot of trucks going back to the campground, you call it now, the speedway. They did their 1 lap, and they're all stating they were instructed to do 1 lap, and that's what they're doing. Noreen posted it from Keeping on Trucking from a retired Teamster in New Jersey. So his wife, Michael Cook's wife, was the first one to post the Beltway Bandit. So she gets the first credit too. Thank you, Mike Cook, for that super chat.
Northern Michigan, almost where the Upper Peninsula is, all the way to Ohio. Every single overpass, it had at least 2 people cheering us on. We'd stop at rallies, we'd have people come up with donations. They had little or nothing. I had a lady come up. All she had is, in Northern Michigan, she raised chickens. She had 10. Had people come up to me.
I thought you were going to say she gave you a chicken to bring with you on the trip.
Yeah. Gallon size Ziploc bag. It's going to be $6 a gallon soon. No matter what legislation you do, whatever, the trucks will have no other option than to shut off. Not out of spite, not out of meanness, out of necessity, because you cannot run a truck at $6 a gallon for fuel. I believe without a doubt everybody in here would agree.
We promised to come back here to the front row. But I think your point is
That's what I was thinking.
Keep me on to that motorcycle cop. He was waving at us. I don't know. He guys knew I pulled over at the scale house when I was coming down 270. I pulled over to the scale house, and after I got done doing my little business, I got out and there was a cop sitting behind me. I walked back and he didn't want to be recognized or numbered or, you know, say who he was. I don't know what Highway Patrol County, I don't know what he was, but anyway, he said 99% of the cops are with us. Okay, they're told not to interfere unless there's an accident or problems or something like that. They're not supposed to show pro-movement or anti-movement. They're just there to take care of business like normal. He said, personally, most of the guys are behind us.
And that's the reason why I do not want to piss nobody off, and because of not respecting a funeral. Exactly.
Yeah, a handful of trucks going up there is not going to, you know, have a big deal. As long as all the cars didn't fall over. So I mean, a dozen trucks or 20 trucks pulled off, it's no big deal. That won't make a big issue. But yeah, as long as the cars all stayed with us.
The cars didn't. There's a whole bunch of cars. That's what he was just talking about. But the rear pilot car said there's a whole bunch of them failed off, and they're having to catch back up with it, doing 60 mile an hour and catch up. At one at a time, when somebody's don't override them, listen first. You gotta remember, if there's some further back side or somebody in the middle that can hear them, And you might be close to the range where you hear from the front and from the back, so you know, some people don't hear the other one that's talking. I'm up here not too far from the front, and I can usually hear them back there. I got this thing turned up a little bit for that fact. Now, a piece of paper, and turn them in this evening. Yeah, I can hear them all the way back there. That's what I heard the indicator and everything. It's trucking for life up here, but usually I can talk all the way back there and hear them too, but sometimes you can't make out everything. Yeah, we're doing much better in this second lap, and boy, she sure is looking pretty back here. It looks like yesterday. Amen to that, brother. Yeah, it looks really good. It stands back there about 3 miles. 2.5, 3 miles. Yeah, we're all back. There's going to be a lot of people talking about us around their dinner table tonight. Amen, brother. Anybody know if that other convoy that's in Virginia, they make them not drive around here or what? Or what are they doing? Hey, power car, did they say they caught up back there yet?
We hear you, Jamie. I don't know the answer.
K9. What? Let me push it out. I like talking to myself.
They were saying another speedway somewhere.
You go down to 36 for a second. Somebody here with us that was over at that other raceway here. Somebody ran radio here. You lost whoever with that. What you did you lost that other group, correct? Actually been doing anything at all, or not?
Yeah, I don't know. He made it sound like they weren't. They were just talking. They were getting everybody in an uproar, and they didn't want to do this unless they had some kind of permission.
Yeah, 36, you guys are only one channel away and you're bleeding over onto 37.
Make this shit with the cops before we do it. They tell them how many laps we're doing and stuff. My lead power car, you got a copy? Yeah, come on. Your hand okay now? Say that again? Okay. Your hand okay now? No. Well, with it. Rear power car? Yeah, the rear power cars say they're trying to catch up. They're running about 60. They're trying to close the gap up. You know, all the people that pulled off of 270, they're going to, they're trying to catch up with everybody. I know that's what you told me a little while ago. I just want to check with you again. All right, I'll call her again. Yeah, this is awesome goddamn well. Line it up, let's hear him, There we go, let's hear those horns. Let's light it up, wake Sleepy Joe from his nap. Yep.
Some people, man. Some people.
Nice view being up high.
Yeah, there's a better view up there. You're actually your headlight is about 9-10 feet in the air.
Wow.
Yes, we are on Route 70 right now. We got a slow mover up here, fully loaded train right now.
What's this hauling? Plywood?
Yeah, looks like plywood.
Heavy.
Oh yeah, he's maxed out on his weight. He's right up at 80,000 pounds, I'm sure. We don't climb hills so good when we're fat.
And gold in the truck. Yeah, gold in the truck. Plywood. Thank you, Therese. It's very pretty in the spring. Nice and green everywhere.
Cherry blossoms are coming out in DC here any day now. Get a few nice warm days and they'll start budding out.
inside.
Yeah, it's about done.
Have to put a new grommet into it. It's like tore out.
You guys enjoy the trip today? See what tomorrow has in store. You think tomorrow they're gonna do another lap?
I don't know. I'm assuming probably. Again, this is progressive. We might just take a day and not do anything. Of course, half the fun is keeping them guessing in DC. We're a bunch of crazy truckers that don't know what we're doing half the time on our own, so you take a bunch of people that don't know what they're doing to start with, mix it with some people trying to figure out what they're trying to do, mayhem ensues.
It was fun.
He's off his schedule and not at home, so okay. Well, tell Max if it will make him feel better, I will come throw the frisbee for him if that will help him. I'm here for Max, whatever he needs. It'll make him happy. Thank you. Okay, good. I'm sure it will make me happier, but that's awesome. Okay, well, tell Max I send my love. Oh, okay.
With some concrete information of what's going to happen, what's the next move.
We are going to stop about a mile short of the speedway. There's a truck stop there with a bathroom with my name